Hello, welcome, one and all, welcome to the AstroPub. Welcome to the office hours. I know I'm late. Today is technically the first day back to school. I was kind of busy doing some calendar stuff and such like that. So I got a little bit late. Then I went home and talked with the wife and had dinner. So that's how that is. So I ended up being a little bit later than I wanted to be. Anywho, welcome everybody. My name is Paul, Berserker1, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. And this is the Office Hours, a live stream where we just kind of hang out and talk about Star Citizen. We look at the videos of Star Citizen. We look at the news. We're going to be looking at the monthly report today and the apparently controversial roadmap update. Oh, it should have gone out. Let me double check to make sure everything is connected. Everything's connected. Make sure that it's sent out. Yeah, announcements are sent out. Close this down. Yes. All hail the Prophet of Pyro. I'm wearing my fire rat outfit for good talk on fire. Figured I'd go for a little bit of more of a clickbaity title. Star Citizen on fire. Oh, is that it's called a semicolon, right? Or is that a colon? I think it's a colon. It's a colon. Okay. I always get semicolon and colon mixed up, and I'm like, wait, no, colon is yeah. So it's Star Citizen, colon, on fire. And you can take that any way you want to, baby. Desync in Twitch? They shouldn't be. Yeah, hit F5 if you're having a desync issue. We love everything being on fire. I do like the fact that, like, straight up, CIG is like, the developers behind Fire were like, we can't do fire. We could do fire everywhere, but we're just going to live like restricted to ships for a night right now. And it's like, why? Because y'all will light everything on fire and burn things and break things.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Shiori Katsune just resubscribed for 25 months.
Thank
Seems
you.
I missed the 24-month one. Anyway, cheers everyone, pub cheers.
Thank you so much for that 25 months of support there, Shiori. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, very never eBay pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason I'm drinking that. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. The fuck, man? I don't know. So what happens is that my Stream Deck, it'll do this thing where it'll default back to the original setup, and so I've got a source that's labeled as party in my in this setup here. It's just to get the status. That was the original idea. I don't actually use it anymore. I used to use it, which is the reason why that's the old one. So what happened was that I also have a party screen for for the main, like when I'm doing video, just gaming stuff. So that, my Stream Deck for that, which I've got 2 different profiles for that, it defaults back over to that default profile for gaming sometimes. So that's because stuff like that happens. Oh, you know, players are going to grieve fire until the cows come home on fire. I mean, I'm going to figure out how to turn a burning projectile into a like a burning cruise container into a makeshift Molotov to just throw on people's ships. Quickly light this this cruise bottle on fire. I'm gonna pick it up and run with it. Ow, 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 yeet. Cruise volatile. So we're going to start off with the bottom of the barrel segment, which is this. You gotta find it over here. So there was no real roadmap roundup. And Xylo's the one who posted it this week. I'm guessing because Jake was probably busy doing other things. But here's the roadmap roundup. And someone sent this to me in chat as being like, this is a bad thing. I'm going to read it very carefully so that you can understand what it's saying. Hello, everyone. Or hi, everyone. Every 2 weeks, we provide a brief explanatory note alongside the roadmap update to offer insight into the decisions behind any changes. This week, there are no new updates or changes to the report, but we recognize many of you are eager to hear how things are progressing as we approach the major upcoming milestones. Alpha 3.24 and its related content will undoubtedly leave a lasting impact on various systemic gameplay features, which means that it has had a lengthier evocati in PTU than normal. The team is fully focused on closing this patch out while also wrapping up our release intentions for the rest of the year. We've made solid progress in mapping this out, and you can look forward to an update including new additions to the progress tracker in our next roadmap update. We appreciate all your support. Your activity and participation in the PTU has been a huge help in preparing things for prime time. So I forgot who it was, but someone came in saying this is not good news. And I think some people just forgot to read, because what this is saying is there's no change. So it's like, okay, so CIG isn't planning on removing anything from 4.0. And they're acknowledging that 3.24 took longer than they anticipated. But they're still focusing on to get out. They didn't say it's going to take longer. They said it did take longer. And they're hoping to close it out so that they can move on to 4.0. That's all they said. It's a nothing burger. It's just them saying, we know we should have had a roadmap roundup, but we don't really have anything because there's no changes. That's all it is. So if you were panicked about that, don't be. It's just nothing. Nothing is usually a good sign, because if they're saying nothing, generally speaking, it means things are still proceeding as they have planned. Whether you think that's good or not, doesn't matter. It's like, this is nothing. CIG, no changes, no bad news for this week. Spectrum, this game is doomed. 4.0 is broken, runs around on fire. If nothing is nothing, why do some think that nothing is something? Because those people can't read? I don't know. Because English isn't their first language? I don't fucking know. Hey, Thread. I prefer a nothing burger. Usually I'm the meat in an idiot sandwich. I mean, I feel there. I mean, Spectrum's already saying get ready for 3.25. I said that we weren't going to have a 3.24 and go to a 4.0. And we technically don't have a 3.24. It's just 3.23.2. But they changed it because they know people get mad when you only release 3 patches. Progress has been slow, is all it means. AstroPub, I found the real problem. Xylo confirmed this in a later patch. I can, in fact, confirm that we are not adding space poop tech to the progress tracker. Lies. Refund immediately. They lied to our faces about poop tech. They said it was going to happen, and now they're pulling back on that promise. Shame on you, CIG. Shame on you. Stop gaslighting us. With Wave 1, I've only been able to leave the hangar twice. Really? That's weird. I've left the hangar a bunch of times with Wave 1. CIG is turtling on poo tech. That's the real bottom of the barrel. We're really scraping the bottom of that septic tank with complaining about poop tech. What Drake pilots are gonna do? We're gonna poop in a fucking bucket, okay? So what you're saying is that we cannot light a turd on fire or leave it outside someone's ship. Who's asking the important questions? I mean, you're not wrong. Gosh, what was it? One of my favorite facts about the American Old West. One of the ways that one of the ways you could carry kindling with you to light a fire that would burn really well in the pastures, in like the grasslands of America for settlers who are moving west, because there's not a lot of trees. Like prairie states don't tend to have a lot of trees. They do have trees, but they don't tend to have a lot. So if you're moving through basically flat grasslands and you need to have a fire, you either have to bring wood with you, which is heavy and expensive to buy and carry with you, or you have to find other means of lighting a fire that go a long way. So they burn buffalo poop. They burn poop because it burned well. So you joke there, Octocat, but I could see that being a survival method. We got to burn ourselves some Kazi Grazer poo. You can drive from town to town in Iowa. You can count the trees that you see on your fingers. Yeah. I mean, there's like little copse of copse. I don't know how to say that. Little trees on top of tiny hills that exist in the Midwest, but there's not that many. But yeah, so don't freak out because I don't have an update. Do I believe that CIG is going to have a roadmap tracker, a progress tracker next week? I don't think so. I knew that. I see that Silo said felt comfortable enough to do so because we're nearly published today. Made the decision to seek a few clarifications. We're eager to update though, and no reason to why to publish next isn't doable in 2 weeks. So that would be August 21st.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Access Zerek0096 just resubscribed for 28 months. Boo.
Boo. Thank you, Zerax, for the 28 months. You're a very important bubber, very precipice of any pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. You don't have to say you're kidding. I get it. Planting those lines of trees was part of the recovery from the Dust Bowl. Yeah, because they overfarmed the shit out of it. It's one of the reasons why America has a lot of corn is because we used to grow a fuck ton of wheat. And the problem about wheat is that it's incredibly intensive for the soil. Oh, not farm. Not corn. Soybeans. That's why we grow a shit ton of soy. Because soy, if I remember correctly, is a recovery crop. Same with things like potatoes. So like in the 20s and the early 20th century, we grew a fuck ton of wheat in the Midwest, in the prairie states and the Great Plains. And it literally created the Dust Bowl. And so they had to stop growing wheat because it would destroy the topsoil. So they had to start refreshing the soil with other things. Also, very important member of the captain's table. Yes, Axis. People love you on the captain's table. I've only also got get out of the hangar twice. Gave up on testing in 3.24. Local history for me, Oklahoma City says hi. Yeah. Nitrogen fixing legumes. Yes. People like Carver. I think Carver was Carver was earlier than that. He may have been. People are like, oh, it's the peanut guy. It's like he was an agricultural scientist who helped save a lot of farms. He was like the head. He was like he was the political head of like the Farmers Association of America. Driving in upstate New York in the summer is like doing trench runs between walls of corn. Ah, yes. My wife's family lives in rural West Tennessee, so I know that feeling. When I drive to go visit her family, it's driving between corn and soy. Just fields of corn and soy. Hey, Quattrum. Also, if you want to have an existential crisis, if you're from anywhere but like the plains areas, when you go to America, if you're not from America, if you come to America, go to somewhere like Amarillo and then just look up. It is the most unnerving feeling when you first do it, because you can look in every direction and you cannot see the horizon. It can be, there's actually, isn't there like there's like a mental disorder or something like that. There's like a disease that can happen where someone's like mind just breaks from seeing nothing but the sky. There's a reason why they call it big sky country, because it's just huge. You just see the sky, because there's no mountains, there's no hills. It's just flat forever. I know a lot of my fans are American, and maybe you've never been to the Great Plains, but you should. Korn, I like Korn, especially the old albums. You're here. The Earth is land, flat. The Earth is flat. Yes. Yes, indeed. Hey, Zarek. But like the horizon's so far away, like the closest things that are so far away that you can barely see them or just not see them, depending where you are. Like it's so crazy that the land is so flat that in some places of America, you can see like the Rockies from like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles away. You can see the Rockies. Like, you shouldn't be able to see that, but you can see it. And it's like 4 states over, and the states that look like geometric cutouts. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. The Canadian prairies have that too. From Western Ontario to Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and even like hell, half of Alberta, where if your dog runs away, you could watch it for 3 days. Yeah. Like people, I think a lot of people outside of North America really don't understand just like how, when we call them the Great Plains, there's a reason. They're fucking flat and massive. We're gonna watch the video here in a moment. I've just been kind of delaying a little bit while because for those of you who don't know, because there's actually been discussion online about getting started screens. People are like, I don't want to have getting started screens and that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, y'all. Getting started streams are there because Twitch's API is awful. It can take up to 10 minutes for Twitch's API to kick in so that you know that somebody is live. In fact, I've been streaming for about 20 minutes. Probably the last 10 minutes is when I've actually showed up on the Star Citizen category, almost certainly. So generally speaking, the rule is wait 10 minutes because you have to wait for people to be notified. And it's so bad that it will legitimately sometimes not send out a notification until after you finish streaming. It's awful. So it's like, yeah, I'm going to do long starting streams just because I'm waiting for that sort of thing. That's the reason why we just kind of hang out and talk early on before we start getting into all this stuff, because I want to make sure that people get the notifications, because they won't. The pre-show banter, yeah. It's one of the reasons why I do the pre-show banter on YouTube, on Twitch, and not on YouTube for like the captain's table, because like it needs it. I need to lead up, because if I don't lead up for several hours, it's going to be a problem. Very excited for your upcoming D&D game you're playing. Hey, Echo, yeah, it's going to be cool. It's got Salty Mike, Space Tomato, myself. Who else is in there? I just blanked on all the names. Red Monster, an expat brat, and our DM is Croncy. So I'm going to show you my character. So for those of you who don't know, the legend that is oh, what did I call him? So I'm going to find my link. So I played this character in Grocky's campaign. Look it up. Garrett Vanya. So Garrett Vanya, he is a very sensual man. He is a lover, not a fighter. He will fight, but he is not necessarily just a lover, not just a fighter. He is a man of love and understanding. He is there to spread peace and love. Did they mention love? Because he loves everything and everyone. Garrett Vanya. And I basically heavily based him off of Antonio Banderas. Like, not Antonio Banderas, how he actually is, but like kind of an exaggerated form of Antonio Banderas. Astro's being weird again. Of course it's being streamed. What are you talking about? I think it's being streamed. But I'm not going to be streaming it. It's going to be on Crossy stream. So it's kind of like Pepe Le Pew but like if Pepe Le Pew did a Antonio Banderas impression, kind of like an odd Spanish accent, not Mexican, but like, or like Latin, any kind of Latin American, but like España. Like that weird Antonio Banderas where he's been in the U.S. for long enough that he's got like a heavy U.S. accent, but he still has his old Spanish accent from Spain. So he's like, the most interesting man in the world. It's kind of the same idea. You get the idea. So, yeah, I'm playing Garrett Vanya. He's if you've watched the old Grocky's streams, that is 100% the you know who I'm talking about.
Last week we explored.
We'll be streaming. Croncy will be streaming it. So now of that crew, only me and Red Monster and Croncy are veteran D&D players. So we've got Expat who's never played tabletop. I think.
You can take away my spaceship.
I think Tomatoes played a little bit, and Mike has not played it at all.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Melvin Smiley just resubscribed for 16 months. Zorro Antonio lol.
Yes, Zorro Antonio. That's exactly. Thank you, Melvin, for that 16 months of support. You're very important, Pub, very precipice, very new pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. So the actual stream for that is going to be the 17th at about 4 p.m. UTC. So it's like 11 a.m. my time. So it's like noon Eastern.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Instashinobi just resubscribed for 12 months. Paul the Space Spaniard.
Thank you so much for that 12 months of support. You're a very important pupper. Very impressive pisser. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I'm going to make so many Spanish people mad at me. Which is fine. Fuck them. I say this as my family is got lots of roots I was gonna say Catalan, but it's not the right word for it. Catalonia, in Barcelona. So, he's still doing it. Barcelona. My dad even ran with the Bulls wearing Barcelona's colors. So. '80s classic? I thought Zorro was more like the 60s and 70s thing. Well, I mean, Zorro's old. Like, it's turn of the century old, like the books themselves, but like as a result, Zorro has been made into movies and television shows for like 100 years. Your balls for saying that gets my like. I'm glad to hear that. It's just me chill. George Hamilton was Zorro the Gay Blade back when he was young and smooth-cheeked. Okay, yeah. TV show was from the 50s, black and white. I think it was back in like the 30s they did silent movies of Zorro. Let me look up when actually Zorro came out. I'm going to connect this to Star Citizen because I want to see a Zorro in Star Citizen. Okay, you just put it. It's free real estate. It's open. Like there's no one owns the copyright to Zorro. You could just write him in. Just do it. Just have him in. 1939. There was one in 1936. (1919) was when the first Zorro book was released, The Curse of Capistrano. Yeah. He's open. He's something like public domain. He's in the house. He's in the realm of public domain as a character. You could write your own Zorro book, and no one could stop you. Yeah, it's in English. The original one is in English. So for those of you who don't know Zorro, shame on you. Read the book, watch the movies, watch the television show, do what you want. It takes place, I believe, in California. And it takes place, it's basically Batman. And I say that not because Batman came first, but because Batman was ripping off of Zorro. It's about a wealthy Spanish landowner who lives in Spanish California, and he thwarts bad guys by wearing a mask and fencing his way as like investigating things and fencing his way into the hearts of ladies as El Zorro. And puts like a Z on things like that, you know. They don't want you to know this, but Zorro is free. You can just take Zorro. I have 458 Zorros. I mean, it's true. And his whip, yes. Yeah. So it was written as a pulp novel in the like late 19-teens or like 1919, and became very popular. And as a result, because it's over 100 years old, it's in the public domain. In fact, it entered the public domain before that rule was in place. Yeah. So The Curse of Capistrano was supposed to be a single novel, but they made a film of it a year later in 1920 with Douglas Damn Fairbanks. That was hella popular. So the author ended up writing a long series of novels. Yeah. I think is The Lone Ranger also in public domain? CIG. I need Space Zorro and Space Ranger. Parts. Do it, CIG. Zorro is one of the best. Me and Buster have nerded out about Zorro. Zorro is one of the coolest fucking characters of all fiction. If you like Batman, you'll like Zorro. Zorro is literally the blueprint for Batman. The character's public domain. Okay. And yeah, he is better than Batman. The Lone Spacer. And his compadre, Zorro. Why is Zorro in the 30th century? Stop asking questions. There we go. That's the Lone Spacer and Zorro are folk heroes in Pyro who fight crime. You get a cape? Capes are cool now. Whenever justice happens, Zorro will be there defending the downtrodden. Exactly. Zorro in the 30th century. I'm writing that book. Working, thought-out NPCs, mission givers that make a more compelling fictional universe when CIG, exactly. Oh, yeah, the Green Hornet. I don't know if the Green Hornet is is it's public domain. They might be. What ship would Zorro fly? Obviously a Drake ship. It's just Zorro's style. He's a defender of the people. So he's gonna fly the people's ship. You can even have them be like pulp heroes. You just have Zorro as a character, as a folk hero who just flies around and defends people, and the Lone Spacer, and the Green Hornet. You know, 2037. Damn. I mean, that's basically what Fallout did for their version of like a superhero groups with like the silver phantom, what is his name? You know, you've got Grognak the Barbarian and all of those people. They're just the like Dick Tracy, Conan the Barbarian, Silver Shroud. Yeah. Oh yeah, that would be cool. Zorro flies as an Aegis Raven. The Aegis Saber Raven. The Saber. Of course Zorro would fly a Saber. That or Cutlass, because it's also... I know. There's no rapier, though. If there was a rapier ship, he'd use that. I think the Raven works. The Saber Raven. It's a horse after all. That's true too. But I mean, Zorro means fox in Spanish, or at least it's slang for fox. So there is a wing commander, which means that there's hope. There is hope. That was from the movie, wasn't it? Yeah, Rapier was from the movie. From Mantis and Starfield, yeah. CIG, you need your own superhero like the Silver Shroud, but in Star Citizen. And again, look at me right here, all right? Look me in the eyes. Zorro. You don't even have to like make up something. Just steal Zorro. You're like, oh, well, that's it. You can. It's free. Zorro in the 30th century. Come on. That's just cool. That's how public domain works. Exactly. So yeah, that is my new ridiculous, out of the box, stupid, crazy idea is convince CIG to put Zorro in the universe of Star Citizen because he's cool. Blue Sky Dreaming, you know it, baby. I mean, no worries about securing the rights to make Robin Hood movie. Those who don't know, there is a Wing Commander movie made with Chris Roberts, a serious 80s B-movie, sci-fi, popcorn movie vibes. It definitely had greater ambitions than it was able to pull off, but it had a lot to do with the studios kind of sabotaging all of the efforts and not paying him enough money that he wanted and that kind of stuff. So, guess that means we could have a Falstaff in some bar in Pyro then, technically. Zorro with a laser rapier and tractor whip. Ooh. I know Disco Lando sometimes watches, so if this, you can get this at Disco Lando. Lando, I don't care what you do, but we need to have Zorro in the 30th century and Star Citizen. What do I need to do to make this a reality? Who do I need to like bribe or convince or... Space is supposed to be like the Wild West, kind of. Pyro is exactly the Wild West. This would be the perfect place for a fictional character in the universe of Star Citizen, which is just Zorro. Yeah, Gray Cat tractor whip for Space Zorro, Jared.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
J_Culving just resubscribed for 70 months. Here, have this.
Damn, 70 months of support there, J. Calvin. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. You was drinking. I trust. Cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah. Actually, technically, Chris Roberts did Bullet Time before The Matrix. Like 6 months before The Matrix came out, they did the same effect. There is a Flying Dutchman in space, 89. It's the Vara. I kid you not. The name of the Halloween event in Star Citizen is based off an actual ship called the Vara.
Do a period film set in 2350 for a light fighter wing officially called Daphne's Mallards, but nicknamed the Duck Dodgers of the 24th and a half century.
These are great little ideas. I love it. Thank you, Iris. These are things you do in a game like Star Citizen that you just populate with little like text around the universe. 2350 called Duck Dodgers, the 24th and a half century Daphne Mallard. Yes. Mwah. Is there a space Bermuda Triangle? Yeah, it was called the Nesso Triangle. It's actually the origin of the way how we discovered jump points was because ships kept disappearing in this region of space near Nesso, and this I'm just gonna say it, a drunk Englishman said, you know what would be a good idea? I'm going to investigate this on my own. Figured out that if he beat his quantum drive with just the right way with a hammer, it would cause this tear in space and time to open up. And so he just beat the shit out of his own jump drive, said, hold my beer, and jumped through and back. I don't think you can actually do Howard the Duck, unfortunately, because I don't think that's public domain. Percussive maintenance. Listen, so the actual lore is that because quantum drives were kind of old, and some of those quantum drives were kind of old, and they had some leaks, the leaky quantum drives caused the jump point near Nesso to open. Croshaw discovered that if you tweak the field of a quantum drive just right, you can cause it to, you can actually have a controlled opening and closing of a jump point. So he basically fucked up his own jump drive, or his own quantum drive, so he could jump between systems, and it worked. But that description is also it could easily be said old shit was busted, and that opened up a hole in space and time. So Dick Croshaw figured out if he busted his quantum drive just right, he could open up holes in space and time and jump through and back. He's a madman with a ship. He's absolutely a madman with a box. Do any of these people that traveled by Nesso survive? No. Some of them actually did for a while in the system called Croshaw, but The actual first one did, but they died because they ran out of fuel and like that kind of stuff. The only person who survived was Croshaw. Croshaw was the first one to travel there and back. Brave Star? Hey, you know what? I did a funny bit, and my editor Uri was like, "That's a funny bit. I'm going to turn it into a short." And I posted the short, and it really pissed off some people, like viscerally pissed off some people for making that joke. So I'm happy. I'm happy that happened. Congratulations. I'm glad you got so mad that you posted. Someone posted, I shit you not, within an hour of that short being up, that the lore doesn't matter because the game's a scam and is never going to be made. And it's like, my brother in Christ, there's less than 100 people who have seen this fucking clip. Why are you looking for Star Citizen clips on YouTube if you hate it so much? And also commenting on it, being the first comment out of 100 views. Get some help, my brother. Get some help. Like, what the fuck? I'm happy for you. Hey, Mason. Oh. I'm just like, what the fuck? For those of you who don't know, this is just kind of a general rule of thumb. It's a good rule to live by. There is no such thing, well, sorry, I said no such thing. The opposite of love isn't hate. The opposite of love is apathy. If you do not care about something, you do not put any effort into caring about it, even paying attention to it. There are plenty of things in the world that you probably don't give a shit about that you know exist, but you don't give a shit because you don't care about it. If you viscerally hate something, you still care about it. You just don't like it for some reason, but you still are putting energy in it. So if you say, I don't care, this is a scam, you do care because you're posting on it. If you didn't care, you wouldn't have posted on it. You wouldn't have sought it out. You still care. Like people say, Paul, why do you hate the Redeemer? I hate the Redeemer because it has potential. It has such a unique build opportunity. It has so many different things. It's just awful in every way and represents the absolute worst part of gaming, in my opinion, of CIG reverting to the worst, most basic part of gaming, which is they don't give a fuck. Somebody else made it. They're just going to throw it out there because they have to. It's so lazy and fraught with problems. If they added lore to it, if they gave those engines special abilities, like maybe higher, like better fuel capacity for like during VTOL and stuff like that. If they made it special the way it looks like it's special, I wouldn't hate it so much. I still think it's the worst option of all the options that are out there. But because it was fucked up so badly, I hate it. That doesn't mean I don't care about it. It means I hate it. I like your funny words, Magic Man. That's a good question, Iris. We don't know. Because I don't think CIG has decided if jump points orbit with the planets or not. My theory is they don't, because they've already said that one of the reasons why they wanted to do L stations to rotate with the planets was because sometimes the L stations would be in a good, perfect alignment with the with a jump point, so they'd get more attention, and then if they go away from the jump points, they would lose it. So I think the jump points are permanent locations. And Neptune, for instance, takes like 300 years to do one orbit of the sun. So it could be that Neptune was created, or Neptune was created. The jump point was created when Neptune was on the other side of the star of the sun, and then when it came by, it sort of, as we kind of know it as that. Static locations in relation to the star, not the planets. Yeah. I've been wondering, where do you get the stylish vests? It depends. Like, this was a gift from my wife. She gave it to me for Christmas. It was a 2-pack. It was this and the purple one that you see me wear. There's mostly just like online stores. Amazon is a big one, but anywhere. They're not very expensive vests. Like, I think these were like $30 total. That could have interesting implications, since we know about we know that the jump points are affected by gravity. There could be jump points that only operate sometimes. Yeah, exactly. And we also know that they give off gravity. They have a gravitational pull to them. So there's lots of interesting things that CIG can do narratively and mechanically with jump points with that. NASA also has the second longest orbital period, 26.6 years. So unless all the disappearances took place every 26 and a half years, they all took place within a couple of months of each other. They all took place in the same year. And it wasn't at Nesso's moon, or at the Neptune's moon, Nesso. It was just around a station that was. So if you're traveling from one location to to a station, which is on Nesso, which was like the outermost like human habitation in the solar system. People, there would be like transports that go out there. Some of them sort of disappear. So. What was the jump point that stranded Ortani? It was in Farron. The Farron system. As Neptune and Nesso were moving past the jump point, basically. It just so happened that we lucked out that Neptune and Nesso were in the right location at the right time for ships to move in that direction and accidentally bump into it. It was a complete fucking accident. They weren't looking for jump points. They were cargo ships that were old and beaten up that were spending fucking years getting out to the well, not years, but like significant time. Because even then, the quantum travel was very slow. Like, I think it was like 0.001 C or something like that. It was better than we have now, but like it would have taken them, I think I did the calculations at one point, it would take you about a month. No, a day to get to Mars. So it would have been like a month to get to Nesso back, which is a long time for travel. So. Was it back then like 0.1 C? Yeah, something. I think it may have been 0.1 C. I'm like 80-90% sure people who wanted gates have no idea how jump travel works. I'm like 100%. I think most people who wanted gates just thought they were cool and didn't know how jump points were. And the reason why they removed the gates, and I say this, and now you know, knowledge is going to pop up and be like, "What are you talking about? My ears are burning." But for the record, I have no problem with gates in certain locations at for specific reasons. But it's got to be gameplay reasons. I have a problem with gates on Pyro because who the fuck would build a superhighway to Mogadishu? Right now. No. Like right now. I don't even China would build a superhighway to Mogadishu from China, from Beijing. Nesso is the second most outer rim. The loudest is S/2021N1. Well, that I'm assuming that was discovered in 2021, Iris. So the reason why CIG chose Nesso was because that was in 2012 when they wrote about the Nesso Triangle. You know, 11 years before they discovered the outermost moon. Some serious flexing on that Belt and Road Initiative. The first ones were like 0.01 and then improved to 0.1 and 0.2, yeah. The point is that it would take a very long time for ships to go from Earth or even Mars to Neptune, because that's a very long way. It takes us multiple, like probably like a decade to launch a rocket out to Neptune these days. So, yeah. It was discovered on 7th of September 2021 by Scott S. Shepard, David J. Foten, Chad Trujillo, and Patrick S. Lakawala, using a 8.2 meter Subaru telescope at Mauna Kea, Hawaii. Oh yeah, that one. I know that one. Later announced on February 23rd, 2024. Okay, so it was only announced this year. Do they have a name for it other than that? Takes about a decade to launch a rocket anywhere. Arrival time is another thing. Well, you know what I'm talking about. Arrival time takes a long time. Speaking of that, what stage does it become necessary for CIG to go back and fix lore? We're heading to that point. Gates don't fit with the ships requiring specific attachments to the quantum drive that uses a computer to do while traversing the wormhole, which is why I'd be okay with it between like Magnus and Stanton. That makes sense. Just remove the jump drive requirements.
But you can never,
just let the gate do it.
Ever take away my space game.
Pyrophoric just resubscribed for 47 months. Looking sharp, my friend.
Thank you for that 47 months of their of support there, Pyro. You're very important, Pepper. Very impressive. Very this is your fault. Lose one drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat. Shots and cheers. Pyro, I was thinking about you when I was watching this this ISC. I was thinking Pyro is going to sit there going and be like, "This is fucking awesome. They got it really detailed," and also like 1,000-yard stare PTSD. Like, oh god, they got every detail. I'm gonna have to fight fires in game that look like fires in reality. This is both awesome and terrifying. Speaking of rockets, looks like Starliner is really dead, and the 2 astronauts that rode up are going to have to come back on the Crew Dragon like maybe next year. Yeah, February of next year. Man, Boeing just absolutely fucked itself, didn't it? Boeing is going to collapse. Mark my words, they're done. They're done as a company from now. Unless there is some major advancement, I think they've burned all of their goodwill. They're become a liability to the U.S. government, and they will fail as a company. Right now, they're too big to fail because most companies use 707s or the 7 series of airliners, so they literally cannot get rid of them. But once they start rotating out the 7s and start going into newer models like from Airbus, you're going to start seeing Boeing start to lose even more ground, which is dangerous for America because Boeing is a pretty big company for American transportation. Yeah, they were supposed to be up there for 2 weeks, and those astronauts they're going to stay there for like a year. Almost a year. They have the resources. They have the supplies to keep them up there, but it's going to completely fuck up the rotation. Yeah, Boeing had $18 billion in Pentagon contracts in 2022. That is going to go away very quickly because if they can't keep this shit going, they're going to lose a lot of support. Oh, of course, Lowe's. But the thing is that Boeing, the plane manufacturer, and Boeing, the space company, are not the same companies, but they're under the same roof. And what I'm talking about is brand poisoning. They have brand poisoning. Boeing won't get another shot at the Spaceliner. They're done. That contract is going to be quietly canceled and paid off, because Boeing the spaceliner is going to suffer from the same sort of brand mismanagement as Boeing the plane company. Oh yeah, you're right. If I see talk bad about Boeing, I might suddenly have a heart attack. If I have a heart attack, if it comes out later that I had a heart attack, I didn't. It was Boeing, specifically. It won't be canceled until they have the viable replacement of the second capsule per the Space Act. The Space Act? That's the first time I've heard about that. Are they requiring two separate companies to be able to run the commercial space program? Because yeah, I know there's a commercial space like project, which is where the Dreamliner comes from. That also was including like a couple different options. That was one of them. But I wouldn't be surprised if, because there's a couple of new up-and-coming rocket companies. There was one that's recently happened that's been very quiet, except for space nerds. And they're really fucking good. They've gotten real fucking good, real fucking fast. And they just don't do reusable. They just do super cheap. It's going to be bad because Boeing owns Rockwell and McDonnell Douglas, and there's more than a few Boeing built planes that are actively in use by the U.S. Air Force and the Marines and the Navy, if I remember correctly. Don't they also build like helicopters? Or is it Lockheed's the one who owns? Sikorsky. Might be Axiom Space. They've been launching rockets real quickly. Boeing owns Sikorsky, don't they? No. Lockheed owns Sikorsky. Bell. They own Bell. Boeing owns Bell. Yeah, that's bad. Now you might have to change your plans. You're going to CitizenCon. You know what's funny? Very funny. I actually specifically looked for flights that were using Airbus. So all of my flights are using Airbus flights. I think there's only one that's coming back, and it's a 707. So I was like, yeah, the Dream Chaser has been around for a while. I thought, isn't that done by Lockheed? I'm gonna miss you, Paul. Can I have your stuff? It does make sense for NASA to have more than one way to get astronauts up and from orbit. Don't forget NASA are the folks who basically came up with backup plan for backup plan for backup plan. It does. It makes sense. And they don't want to put all their chickens in one basket when it comes to going to orbit, because they did that before with the shuttle and became incredibly paralyzed when the shuttle had problems. Bell is owned by Textron, who also owns Beechcraft and Cessna. Oh, good to know. Yeah, I actually looked it up because Sikorsky was interesting. It came up in a documentary I was watching, and it's a really good documentary. It's about the history of Russian fighter craft development. And it starts off with, let's talk about Sikorsky, who was a brilliant Ukrainian born engineer who was the man who invented the helicopter. the man who was able to perfect the helicopter. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And I looked up Sikorsky's, like the company, and found out it's owned by Lockheed, and they make the fucking Black Hawk. So I'm like, wait, Sikorsky died in like the 80s. Does that mean he helped design the Black Hawk? and then I realized that like Sikorsky is the basis. Like, what's his name? Oh, from Anvil Aerospace. Oh, what's his name? J. Harris Arnold. J. Harris Arnold is basically Sikorsky. That's his background. It's like, oh, that's why you put him in Nova Kiev. It's because he's basically Sikorsky. Dream Chaser is built by Sierra Space. I don't think they're owned by anyone else. Okay. I know that Bigelow was a big aerospace manufacturer for a while. Yeah, it's so weird that Boeing was the most trusted aircraft manufacturer on the planet. Until McDonnell Douglas came around. During World War II, Sikorsky made the Corsair. Oh, I didn't know they made the Corsair. That makes sense. That would also track with Chris Roberts as adding J. Harris Arnold as the basis for, or Sikorsky as the basis for J. Harris Arnold. Firefly, that was the one I'm thinking about, Lols. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a couple of stuff, so Sikorsky works for Drake. Different Corsair. All right, let's watch it. We've been talking for an hour. Let's watch this thing. Let's talk about fire, chat. Fire hot. Fire good.
Last week, we explored some of the new adventures available to players in space in the upcoming Alpha 4.0. But there are even more dangers to be found within your spacecraft and vehicles. Fire is blazing a trail towards its awaited debut in the persistent universe. And while we don't want to burn any bridges with the resource management team, we'll jump out of the fire and into their frying pan in just a few weeks. Wow, I really bet their ears are burning. We're fired up to give the VFX arsonists a chance to set the world on fire this week, or at least just the interior of spaceships, because we don't want them to burn themselves out playing with fire. I'm out of idioms now. I'm gonna go see if I can add more fuel to the fire.
Talk about a disco inferno. Make this a GIF, CIG. Make this a GIF. Just without the inside Star Citizen, I want this GIF to exist on the internet.
In 4.0, we'll have fire inside of ships. For our initial rollout, we didn't really want players to start fires everywhere. The poor service, they really wouldn't be able to handle it, so we decided to...
Oh, the servers wouldn't be able to handle it. Yeah, because we would light the entire fucking planet on fire.
Focus on the interior of ships. They're smaller, more contained, and more controlled. Fire is tightly integrated with the resource network system and a great fit for a first release within this.
One thing I did see that people were commenting that there is no smoke. There's not enough smoke here. And I think the reason why is because they want to show off the fire right now. I do think that they'll do more smoke when the game is actually, when they've kind of passed through it a little bit more to add more smoke. Because for a lot of people don't realize is that if you've ever been in like a burning building or seen a burning building, you don't see a lot of fire inside of it. you just see the smoke. The fire is still there. You can feel the heat fire, but typically it's more, you see a lot more smoke than you will see the fire unless it's right in front of you. So
spaceships where resource network will be focusing on as many ships as we can. Starting a fire is based on damage, and different kinds of damage.
Fires can be caused by ship items when they hit 0 health. There are also ways for ship items to cause fires in the normal running and operation of them. We're currently looking at making it so that when they misfire and they have the highest level of wear, that there is a chance that they can also cause fires.
But other types of damage, like impacts from weapons or explosions, they could also ignite a fire. Another way to start a fire is getting the environment hot enough to actually get your surfaces to autocombust. For example, if you open up your door on a really, really hot planet and the hot air starts to flow into your ship, then if that air is hot enough, and some surfaces might start igniting from that.
Seriously? I could open my door and...
You know how hot that would have to be? That would be like you would burn instantly as a person. No matter what suit you have, you would die. Like instantly. Like for your interior of your ship to burn would be incredibly high to the point where there's literally, if your ship is burning, then everything else is burning.
my ship might catch fire?
You would need a room to reach, I think it's like 1,000 Kelvin for those materials to start to smoke.
So it's something that's technically possible, but it's not likely.
If the planet is warm enough, yes.
Is there a planet warm enough to do that right now?
Don't think so.
Okay.
There is. There is. And it's in the most hellscape fucking system that exists in Star Citizen. No, Pyro is not the most hellish system in Star Citizen. Fucking Baker is. Baker is like if hell was an actual location. Baker, it's not in the game right now, no. Baker 1 is being consumed by one of the stars. It's a binary star system. It is being consumed by one of the stars. So it is so close, it is basically touching the corona. Baker 1. Yeah. I think it's Baker 2 is so corrosive that modern starship hulls will fucking melt in the upper atmosphere if you skim the upper atmosphere. And Baker 3 is, if I remember correctly, is so cold, it is slowly growing. It is pulling moisture from space. It's collecting like it's an ice planet that's growing. And it's also shooting off little parts of itself as giant space icebergs that will just randomly appear out of nowhere. It is an absolute nightmare. Yeah, and that's where the stars, that's the star system where the Star Runner did its trials twice. When shot with an energy beam, to be fair, Luna, with an energy beam, not comets, space icebergs. They're maybe I guess kind of comets, but it's like creating comets. The planet creates its own comets. They get stuck in its atmosphere, get stuck in its orbit. And yet Baker 1 and 2 are not nearly as damaged as the average YouTube comment section.
I just want to be sure. You're saying systemically it's possible.
How big is it? They haven't put down the actual statistics of how big it is. All they said is it's bigger, it's getting bigger, and it's shooting off little icebergs of it. So
Systemically as possible, yeah.
Okay.
It's technically possible, but very unlikely.
Don't worry, everybody.
Part of the fire hazard system propagation is based on the fire triangle, which is oxygen, fuel, and temperature. Oxygen is tracked by the room system. The atmosphere, that is, most rooms in the universe have their atmosphere tracked, including oxygen. The fuels, they will be tracked on the surfaces, so every surface in the universe is marked up with a surface type. That surface type has...
Metal can burn, Luna. Metal can burn fairly easily, actually. I mean, that's definitely easy to reach its burn point, which is fairly high, but we can burn metal today.
different properties for fire propagation to work. The heat that is usually from a ignition source is the damage that could happen, but also if you have an object already on fire, that could start a fire again based on the heat that that fire is emitting. Fire will start small if you have a small ignition point, so it will not start blazing immediately, so it will start propagating quite slowly, but if you leave it untended, then the fire will start growing, and the more it grows, the faster the propagation will happen and the larger the fire will get.
It's quite complicated to have a control over that much energy, heat. It's a balance. I think that's the hardest thing to get, having the balance, having the fire texture that works well with the particle behavior, with the heat, the sparks. You need to have the whole feeling of heat and danger, and it's when you get this spot where it really starts to make you look certainly afraid of it that, yeah, it starts gets good, I would say.
Each of the materials that we have marked up, they have their properties, and we can set a material to be combustible or not. Most surfaces will be combustible. A few exceptions, such as glass, will not be. But the ones that are, especially in ships, we decided to go for a more tech approach. So even if metal itself will not easily combust, we assume that behind that metal there will be pipes and cables that can catch fire. Based on the properties that each surface type has, for example, wood will burn different from rubber or plastic or metal. So the propagation between those will interact differently. Don't worry, like, not everything will catch fire at the same time. We have these different properties that will cause different surfaces to catch fire at different times.
You have to think of the other things that can also catch fire. Things like your cargo, which you probably don't want to catch fire because if it burns out, you will lose it. Other things might be loose ship items that you have laying around just in case you want to repair your ship.
The player itself will not be able to catch fire, but the player will feel the influences of fire in their environment. So if you step into the fire, then you will take damage. If you are near to the fire, you will feel the heat, so your actor status will start showing up with like higher temperatures. If the fire is not managed properly, for example, your life support can't feed in enough oxygen, then oxygen will be drained and your player will start to asphyxiate.
Why can't I set people on fire?
Tech.
Will you commit here and now that someday we'll set people on fire?
I will commit to nothing.
So the reason why we can't have a flamethrower is because you can't light people on fire because of technical issues.
I tried, everybody.
People will have different ways of setting fires to ships, hopefully other people's ships, not your own. It is important to know for 4.0 that we will not have fire outside of ships. So if you set fire to an item inside one ship, you can bring it to another ship, given that the medium that you're traveling through has enough oxygen to sustain the fire. You can set fire by damaging items in the ship, so shooting them when an item dies, that has a chance to set fire. Other ways to set fire are...
Do not show this to Tree. No one show this to Tree. So that seems strikingly easy. Remember, this is also ISC. They often over-exaggerate how easy it is to light a fire, or often over-exaggerate things. Like, remember when they were using the big tractor beam to like basically yeet around an aurora? So I'm sure they're simply using it as a demonstration stuff. So
Bringing in ignited items and placing them in someone else's ship.
yeah, because like what he just did would not light the whole thing on fire that quickly.
One of the biggest challenges that we recently had with fire was the networking, and Francesco has done a really, really amazing job with getting that ready.
The presence or absence of fire is a very, very important thing to convey to players. You don't want a player stepping into a thing that doesn't look like it's burning or avoiding a thing that looks like it's burning. Synchronizing fire was a very important part of making sure that the feature functioned correctly. And we have a lot of data that fire generates, and a lot of data doesn't.
I will also say, Jaded, like, it's also a video game. So as much as CIG likes to get it as realistic as possible, they're also going to pull it back to like where it will be fun. So, well, it may not be fun for you to see walls burning. It's going to be fun for CIG to watch people panic because the walls are burning. So I've gotten a mech break. Yeah, I was playing it on Tuesday. So
doesn't work well over networks. There was a lot of work being put into relying as much as possible on the fact that our fire system is stable. It's deterministic. It will always do the same thing given the same initial parameters. There were a lot of cases. There were cases of players joining in late. They obviously don't get where the fire was 3 hours ago. They just see now. They need to know where it is now. There's players who have really bad internet connectivity or servers struggling a lot, situations that bring a halt to the continuous progress of fire from one end or the other, and we need to reconcile that. So we needed a way to know when fire was no longer...
I like that. I like that. That is very good. Did anyone get the
So we needed a way to know when fire was no longer suitably similar between what the player was seeing and what the server thought was there, and refresh it at that point, and minimize how much data we needed to refresh it at that point. We are pretty happy with the way it works now. We have it so that it sends as little data as possible to sort of create these summarized states for the client and server, and only when these differ enough do we actually send that relatively big, still compressed, but relatively big snapshot to synchronize everything back together.
A fire that is left unchecked will spread throughout your ship. And if it does this and it reaches your ship components,
system is offline,
then you'll be having a very bad day. And this could lead to your ship being both crippled or destroyed. So this means you will be able to put out fires using a fire extinguisher. Where possible, we have made sure that fire extinguishers are readily available throughout our ships.
The extinguishers, they're very simple to use. They are point and shoot. You have to be careful that you don't start flailing wildly with your extinguisher. If you have to aim at the base of your fire and then keep it there to cool down the surface and take away.
That is really fucking good. That's really cool. That's a lot of people don't realize. You don't just spray, you hit the base of the fire. You don't spray the flames because you want to get the things that are actually burning to get put out. You don't want to, the flames aren't actually on fire. It's the stuff that's the bottom fire. That's really good.
Enough of the heat and the oxygen so that the fire calms down. There will be a temperature readout where you can see how strong the fire is still where you're aiming.
And you need to keep your finger on the trigger until it actually goes out. Fires can just be smoking there, and technically it's very close to being on fire. So you really do want to make sure it's really out before you move on. Because if you just leave them smoking and then go wandering off, there's a good chance it will heat up again.
That's the other thing that I'm a Boy Scout, so that's the other thing you learn is that just because of it looks like it's out, it's not out. Drown that shit, bitch. Drown it. Make sure it is not on fucking fire.
And then catch fire again. It's worth knowing that a fire extinguisher has a limited amount of ammo within it. To your benefit, you can also take your fire extinguishers back to where they are stored, plug them in, and then they will recharge their ammo. However, it is important to know that if your ship doesn't have a functioning life support at this moment, the recharge will not work.
If you leave the fire completely untended, then your ship can completely burn out, so it will look completely black. If the life support can keep up providing enough oxygen, then it will just keep going until all of the fuel, that is the surfaces, has been burnt out. Or if the life support is not running, then your fire will start to diminish. But if you don't do anything, the life support will keep feeding in oxygen enough for the fire to be sustained and start spreading everywhere.
You don't want people to put fires out?
No, I want them to die in a fire.
The views and opinions of Leo do not represent those of Platinum Pyramid Games, private space industries, or its subsidiaries.
There are more ways to...
That's the new resource system, isn't it? Nice, I like it. Simple, easy to pay attention to. I like the loadout. Looks nice.
To extinguish fire with the life support.
I'm worried about Leo. I think we're all worried about the VFX team. The VFX team has been obsessed with burning stuff for a very long time. They've done a lot of research into how fires work. That's sort of disturbing. It's like, this is really neat. It's very, very detailed and realistic. Why is it so detailed and realistic? Why did you do so much research? How much research did you actually have to do? How much of this did you already know? These are questions that need to be answered there, VFX team. Some disturbing questions. Yeah, I think they say it later. Did they do any field testing?
And resource network, you can cut power to your life support for a room, and that means that there will be no more oxygen provided, which means that the fire itself will start using up all the oxygen, and it will extinguish slowly by itself. Another way is to open up your doors to open space, and that will mean that all of the atmosphere is being sucked out into open space, and again, no more oxygen for your fire to continue. After a fire, you can repair your items or replace them. Fire can damage your interior of your spaceship. We have some very beautiful burn decals that Francesco and Guillaume have been working on to show you where your ship has been burnt.
So here's the fun part. Someone said explosive decompression. Explosive decompression is a complete movie like myth. How decompression actually works, because this is going to sound scary, but the International Space Station has had leaks. Most airplanes actually do have some levels of leaks. They're not fully like sealed, even at that high altitude. It's just they're sealed enough so that it's not awful. And there are holes in the International Space Station. Sometimes they get a little bit worse, and they have found large amounts of oxygen and atmosphere fleeing the ISS in the past, where they had to find where the hole was and like seal it. You could actually see through the hole in some cases. Pressure doesn't work like that. It doesn't. It will suck things out, but it's not like explosive. It's just very quick. So the opening doors now sucks oxygen out of ships? Yes, it will. Yeah. All aircraft have to be calibrated leak to keep the pressure correct. Do they? I didn't know that. High altitude pressured cabins. Okay. Yeah, even spaceships aren't fully pressurized. There's always some leakage in there because it's almost impossible to do fully pressurized. Now, I don't know if the explosive decompression can't happen. I just know that it's not as common as you think it is. It doesn't work the way it's supposed to work. It works in like the movies and stuff like that. Even had a fire on board once. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the room system was supposed to come out with 4.0. I think this definitely, they're still planning on it for 4.0, but we'll see if it comes out with 4.0.
The visual damage to the surfaces.
I love that. If you ever sprayed something with like a CO2 fire extinguisher, it leaves this residue, because what actually a CO2 fire extinguisher does is it doesn't douse the flames, it literally just sucks the oxygen. It replaces the oxygen around a fire with carbon dioxide, which then pulls the oxygen away and then suffocates the fire. So you're really suffocating the fire when you use this fire extinguisher. That's not a water extinguisher. That kind of just puts out the stuff. So yeah. You won't explode going from one atmosphere of pressure to vacuum. Expanse did a good example of that, like where with Naomi doing her spacewalk without a suit.
It's not something you can repair manually, but you can go to a repair station and repair your ship there, and that will get rid of all of the visual burn.
But if I want to leave it burned because it looks cool, I can do that?
You can do that.
But you can never,
Ever.
ever.
Of course, most of it can happen, but you need a large difference in pressure. Like that submarine last year, right? It went.
Crucian Gaming just resubscribed for
Crew.
29 months. Kruk love.
Thank you so much, crew, for that 29 months with Prime. You're a very important puppet, very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason we're drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah, Ocean Gate. That's what I was talking about. Was implosion versus explosion. But yeah, it's the same kind of idea. The pressure inside the sub was 1 atmosphere. The pressure outside of the sub was multiple atmospheres. And they tried to equalize the pressure between the two, and it was very bad.
It persists. I'm very happy with the current progress. It's been a very long road for the team to get to this point. It's amazing to finally be able to roll this out to the players.
Yeah, but it would have to be going from like explosive decompression to be something like going from multiple atmospheres to 0. Like 10 atmospheres of pressure to 0. That would cause that. So, but yeah, you're usually using with 1 atmosphere in space and outside is 0. So it's just one change. I guess you might be like a breeze as the atmosphere comes by you if it's going out to a hole, but I don't think it would be like throw you out.
It's amazing to work with. It's just so fun, and the results are very good and very quick. So
I'm looking forward to see what people will do with it, like what kind of weird edge cases they'll find, and we'll probably have to fix up. But as long as the servers don't die because of fire, I think we will be able to deal with it.
This is fine.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned where and how fire will make its first appearances in the persistent universe, in your spaceships. How it'll spread and the dangers of leaving it unchecked. Your spaceships will burn and maybe go boom. And both how you'll put them out or potentially spread the fire to other vehicles. And I'm banking y'all might find some ways that we missed. Now don't forget the ship showdown is still underway. It's your chance to vote on which vehicles you like best, as well as send John Crew messages on social media that he legally has to respond to during this time.
Hi all, David here. The only thing I have to say about this is no. Just no. Our program will now conclude.
For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share.
Why do the British misspell things? So weird. It's not how you say program.
The people and process of game development with you, and we'll see you all here next week. It's time to go Pyro Planet side. How do you start a fire? First, you contact the ATC.
Yeah, I could start with that. That would be good. I could say that.
ATC citizen.
You want me to do that?
citizen.
Well, first of all, you start. Yeah, you call the ATC, and they set fire to your ship.
Listen, I'd be okay with that. I don't like the fact that CIG removes the ability for players to, like decide those sorts of things. But I do like the idea of players having the decision to light their own ships on fire. Fires go through the jump point. Someone asked a question about that earlier. Yeah. The question is, so a lot of people are like, oh, what's the other the game that does fire this well? Oh, like Far Cry 2. Guess what engine Far Cry 2 was built on? Because I don't think they moved over engines until Far Cry 3. It might have been Far Cry 2 was a different engine, but very similar. Paul is EP. I am EP. It is 9 o'clock my time, and I've got to be up at 6 a.m. tomorrow to go do more work stuff. So, because I'm back to work, baby. I don't have to see kids again until like the 20th. So I have a long time, but you know. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some more Stay Awake juice, and when I do, we'll kind of hang out, and then we'll read the monthly report because it's been about an hour and a half. So yeah, it really depends on where you are. Like typically we come week as my district usually comes back in like the 15th. Usually it's like I would say like the 15th or the 14th, but this year they pushed it up a month. Or up a week, and it seems like they have more time off this year than they have in the previous year. So it's like, huh. All right, I'll be right back. Be right back. Are they beefy? I've heard they're very anemic this week, but I'll have to take a look.
Weapons free, y'all. Good news, everyone. Barcelona! Barcelona!
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Drugs.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
I'm out. I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Drugs.
To democracy!
I love democracy.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
To democracy! Good news, everyone!
I'm going to make a deal with you, chat. I know everyone's not happy with the cooldowns, but if you are you want me to remove the cooldowns, I need to reach the sub goal for this month. And then you can go even crazier. Oh. It should be down below.
Waston just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you so much for that 5 subs to support their vast and very important Pupper fans. This is your fault. You're drinking like shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Dance for freedom.
You can take away my spaceship.
Ship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Cryptics Ha just resubscribed for 11 months.
Thank you so much for that 11 months of support there. You are very important, Pupper. Very impressive, Mr. Venue pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking it. Shots and cheers, chat. Y'all, shots and cheers. Listen, people tell me to do it. I'm like, hey, you know what? I will do it. But you have to prove that you're fiscally responsible. Or I'm sorry, fiscally irresponsible. I'm giving you a challenge, chat. The right kind of challenge. All right. Making this a win-win situation? Exactly. Titanfall 2 just went off 90% off Steam. Yeah, it's like $3. You can get on EA's store as well for the same, like $2. Like, if you haven't played Titanfall 2, $3 is a fantastic deal to get the best single-player game that is, especially single-player shooter game that's ever existed. The campaign, at least. It's only 6 hours, but $2 for a 6-hour campaign ain't bad. It's daylight robbery. Titanfall 2. Criminally underrated single player experience. A fantastic game. It still has an active player base. I was playing like before I did my my stream yesterday. Last week I was getting it set up again, and I was playing, Frontier Defense, which still had an active player base daily. Hey, Zark. Multiplayer is god tier and has a PvE mode, which is pretty good. All of it is good. There's nothing bad about Fallout. There's nothing bad about Titanfall 2. Nothing. Even its monetization processes, it's like, oh well, you have to pay all this money, you can get better gear. No, because you still need to actually play the game to make that gear better. It's mostly just cosmetics. All of it is cosmetics, in fact. And you can earn all of them in game. It is insane. All of the, if you look at it, it says, oh, well, all these DLCs are so expensive and there's a ton of them. All of those are just visual packs. And you can earn all of them in game. They're just shortcuts. Yeah, the guns are actually pretty good and balanced, especially compared to Apex. I would say that the balance is a little off compared to Titanfall 1. I would say Titanfall 1 is a better game in terms of feel, but worse in terms of everything else. It has a PvE mode. It's the same mode as in Titanfall 2, but it's a little bit more kind of not phoned in, but it's a little bit more tacked on. It's less of a coherent experience. And it also doesn't have it does have a single player game, but it's really just single player mode is just some slight cutscenes with the normal multiplayer maps. And it's all multiplayer, it's always online. So the story is good. I think it would have been better as a single player experience, which they originally were planning to, obviously, but they didn't get it done. So I just got it because, hey, $3, yeah. Yeah, I know what Herbeck is saying. Herbeck is saying that there's a theory that the stormtroopers weren't actually trying to kill the various folks in The New Hope, because they said it at the very beginning that the only people who are this accurate are Imperial stormtroopers. That's what Ben Kenobi says. And so if you take Ben Kenobi at his word and that he's not an idiot, what he's trying to say is that these stormtroopers should have been able to hit all of them, but they didn't, because they were ordered specifically not to hit them, so that because they wanted to put a tracker on the ship because they knew that the ship would take them to the rebel base. Precise, not accurate. That's right. True. Still concept though. The only he said precise. Shoot this precise. Which, if anything, precise is more accurate. I've heard this theory before that that was what cinema like if you're looking at the story in the way that films tell stories, that's what the film is actually trying to tell you, is that this was all planned. That they were once they figured out what was going on, once Vader figured out what was going on, he intentionally told the stormtroopers not to shoot them, because he figured out, because he knew, if I remember correctly, He knew that Ben Kenobi was on the ship because he could feel him. He knew that Obi-Wan was on the ships because he could feel him. And so that's why the stormtroopers weren't hitting as much. I'm not arguing for or against this theory, just for reference, y'all. This is a theory I have heard before. That if you take Star Citizen, if you take Star Wars, the New Hope, just literally as possible, if you want to analyze it like you would analyze a movie like, 2001 or, Blade Runner or something like that, like that's supposed to have some hidden meanings or some narratives that you don't see or that aren't explicit. That is the narrative that basically we don't see Vader specifically say, don't hit them. I want them to lead us to the rebel base, because it just wouldn't flow right. So they just use that as a kind of an imply that the reason why they weren't hitting them, even though they should have, is because they're for their rebel base. Do I actually believe that? No, I don't believe that, because that requires a level of thought and precision that I have never seen in a George Lucas movie or in his writing. Another factor to be considered is A New Hope was only remotely comprehensible as a screenplay, thanks to magnificent editing and salvage the garbage that George Lucas wrote, and a few flaws made it through due to limitations in the footage. Yep. To be fair, Leah does say that was too easy. They let us get away. Yes, but they let them get away from the Death Star once they had Leia. They didn't know they were on the Death Star. They didn't know they had escaped and were going around the Death Star until a little bit too late. If you look at how George Lucas writes movies, he kind of came up with that reason. Like, look at the Last Jedi, the Return of the Jedi. The Return of the Jedi is so fucking convoluted, it doesn't make any sense. For everything to have happened in the Return of the Jedi the way it did requires the most ass backwards cockamamie planning that has ever happened in the history of cinema. I'm 34 years old, and I have never got around Tom getting Jedi robes. Tom? Who's Tom? Tom Jones? Yeah. And I have never got around to getting Jedi robes, and I want to change that. Oh, I get it. Tom, my friend in high space. George Lucas is into symbolism, but George Lucas' symbolism is about as subtle as a chainsaw. For instance, if you didn't know this, the original Star Wars, the original plot for Star Wars was an analogy to the Vietnam War. And I'll give you a hint. The rebels weren't Americans. And this has been really fucking explicit. George Lucas has said it in multiple interviews about the original plot of Star Wars. What's the famous quote? I know writers that use subtlety, they're all cowards. Or subtext, I think is what it is, yeah. He named his movie with commentary on sex THX or TXH or THX. Yeah. Not only do they have a lot of references to War on Terror, fucking Anakin literally quotes George W. Bush. Darth Vader Anakin literally quotes George W. Bush word for word. George Lucas's first ex-wife, because he divorced her, should be given a fucking medal, the Medal of Freedom from the president, for the work she did on editing Star Wars. Ivan Kershner is pretty good too. Ivan Kershner was definitely helped save it, but it was his wife that led the thing. If I remember correctly, his wife is actually an editor, or his wife wasn't actually an editor, and then Irvin Kershner, she managed to convince that kind of stuff. Yeah. Man, fire gameplay, what a useful addition. That definitely won't become a massive nuisance with how current Star Citizen currently exists. Of course it will. But it's part of CIG's whole we want to make space dangerous. The next thing they're going to also do is give all of your suits like resources. So your suit's going to have oxygen and like life support, heat, and if you want to like do EVA stuff, you're going to have to actually use fuel to burn it. So probably oxygen, the oxygen you breathe to maneuver. Unless you have an EVA suit or an EVA harness, and they want people to actually move around using the tractor beams. That's what the multi-tool tractor beams are supposed to be for. They're supposed to be for short mobility bursts. Suits already run out of O2. Yeah, but it's more hard-coded in. It's more like the suits themselves have O2. But I mean, like, they don't want infinite EVA fuel like we have now, and they want life support to actually deal with like power and stuff like that. The gameplay loop broken game isn't hard enough. Don't you? You don't think that the fire should have taken a back seat? I think fire is done, so CIG is going to stick it in, and it has to do with the engineering gameplay. You can't build a game around broken stuff. You can't say, well, this is broken, so we need to fix this, and then we're going to add things to it. Because sometimes those things just literally just can't be fixed because they have to be replaced. Is it always a good idea? No, I don't think CIG did a good job with things like prisons, because prisons were clearly built with the idea that Pyro was going to be in. And yeah, that didn't happen for fucking years. But it was done, so it's in the game. Star Citizen will be very different when 4.0 comes out, let alone next year. Some just already don't do anything. Have you tried escaping from Kleischer in 3.23? No, I haven't. But I do know that was kind of a broken thing, yeah. Or that the suits were like super oxygen dropping really quickly. They also had components like scanners and whatnot, yeah. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, you can't be fooled again, Anakin. Yeah, that's exactly what he said. Yeah. I still think it's going to go live early before CitizenCon. Because I don't want to. The problem about going 4.0 live at CitizenCon is if there's any problems with it, all of the staff is at CitizenCon. You don't want your entire staff and support staff to be busy doing something else, trying to fix your servers when you want them to be focused on your big marketing presentation for the end of the year. That just doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't think Chris wants to hit the big red release button in the middle of CitizenCon. Yeah, it'll be released in right before CitizenCon, maybe like a week before CitizenCon, but not at CitizenCon. Everyone from Ferris Hall Stream. My name is Paul Berserker, Batman, Shelley, Space Bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, share the show. We got a good one for you. How y'all doing? Pretty sure 4.0 is further along than people think with delays. Generally speaking, I would say so as well. I said this a couple of weeks ago and a lot of people got mad, but I'll say it again. 4.0 is likely going to release before CitizenCon, but it's probably not going to be the 4.0 we see on the roadmap. Because I've heard people say the same thing, like, well, 4.0, 2.4 is releasing now, so they're going to delay the release of 4.0. And they said similar things about 3.23. They're like, oh yeah, that's going to come out after IAE. Not IAE, Invictus, after Invictus. So it's going to come out after Invictus. Because it's just not ready yet. And it wasn't ready. So what did they do? They ripped everything out they couldn't test in time and made a different patch for it so that they could make it for IAE, because there were certain parts that were required to be there for IAE. Not IAE, I keep saying that, for Invictus. For ILW, for Invictus launch week. They needed to make it for Invictus, so they made it for Invictus, and everything that couldn't be tested ended up in 3.24. Almost certainly, with CIG clearly making sure that 1.0 is going to be the focus of CitizenCon next year, or CitizenCon this year, that's really going to be their main focus. This is what 1.0 looks like. This is where we're going to go there. They don't want 4.0 to still be in preparing for it to be out. So they'll likely just find out what they can get in 4.0 that has to be in 4.0 for them to make sure that they've made it. They've successfully done what they're supposed to, which will be server meshing, pyro, and jump points. Everything else is a bonus. Those three things have to be in. So make sure those are good to go, and anything else that's not that is going to either be yeeted, or if they can be tested in, it's tested in. Otherwise, it'll be yeeted to a 4.1. Well, I'm sorry, 4.0.1, which they'll call 4.1 because it's significant enough to give it a 0.1 thing. So they can say, technically, we got 4 patches done. Because CIG is smart and realized that people get really pissy about patch numbers. And so they just said, patch numbers don't mean anything. We're just going to name it so you shut the fuck up. No, 3.25. I think 4.0 is going weak. I could see that. 3.24 is still in wave 1 right now. It's still the first week of August, or second week of August, technically, I guess. I guess technically second week, but it's really like the first full week. I could see 3.24 coming out before the end of August and 4.0 coming out in like September, like the Evo, if not before that. Oh, no, I think you're going to get the Polaris. Not the Polaris, the Zeus. The Polaris is going to come out at IAE. But I think you're going to get the Zeus. Like, the Zeus is probably, like, let me like, kind of reiterate this. The only three things we can guarantee are going to be in 4.0, the things that CIG has already guaranteed is going to be in 4.0. But ships are a completely different thing. Ships are always going to make it because, number one, that's how CIG gets money. And number two, they have become very efficient at making those ships. They can make them pretty fast and turn around. And the Zeus is pretty much done. So. Paul Berserker 01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How y'all doing? How you doing there, Zero? How was you testing 3.24? For those of you who don't know what Office Hours is, welcome. Office Hours is a live stream where we just kind of yap. We yap about Star Citizen. We actually watched ISC, and we're going to be going through the monthly report this here shortly. We're just kind of talking a little bit about stuff. No, so I think what's going to happen is 4.0 is going to come out with the Zeus and other things like that before CitizenCon. And anything they can't manage to test and jam into 4.0 before CitizenCon is going to be cut into 4.0.1, and then that'll turn into 4.1 with IAE stuff added. So that'll be a thing. And then that'll be the last patch of the year. And then we'll get a 4.2 in March of next year. Yeah, something like that. 4.0 Zeus, CitizenCon, then IAE. With the Polaris, because they said specifically it'll be at IAE. And based off of all of the previews and other things they've showed us, yeah, I think the Polaris is going to be there. Ships come out when they're done, and if the patch isn't ready, they'll invent a patch and put a ship in it so they can sell it. They have held ships back to release at specific patches in the past. The whole sea, for instance, was done well before it was actually released. It was actually done like a year before it was released, but they're like, we could polish it more. And they were waiting for more content. They were waiting for basically the cargo system. And then they just said, fuck it, and kicked it out. How does ships being released, then 2 patches, then coming in the game store work now? We can barely get 3 patches a year. How does ships being released, then 2 patches, then coming in the game store? I don't know. I think that's a stupid idea by CIG. I've consistently said that CIG is making a mistake by not releasing the ships out the same day as everybody who purchased them gets them. Because it's like, oh, well, we want to give value to the people who purchased them. The value is they don't have to earn it in fucking game. Just let everyone fucking play the goddamn ship. If they have the money in game, they'll buy it. Oh, but then nobody will purchase it. People who like the game will buy it. Ask me how I know. This is the same sort of fucking logic that CIG, the reason why CIG didn't want us to rent ships in game, even rent ships in game, because it might take away from the sales, and we've just accelerated in sales since then. Same with, like, we don't want people to be able to buy ships in game because they won't buy it in the store. They still let people buy the ships in game, and people bought more ships. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, if you let people fucking try the goddamn ships, they might purchase them for real cash. That's how that works. How do I know? Because it's happened before, X. That's what I just said. They did the same thing where they didn't want people to buy ships in game because they thought that it was going to hurt their sales. And when it finally came out and they finally pulled the trigger and let us buy ships in game, their sales exploded. No, I know it's them doing it. I'm just saying it's a dumb move on their part. In 320, they had a lot of really weird geometry issues and unpolished assets in the whole sea. All I can tell you is a year before it was actually released, they called it done. Oh, sorry, X. I did say that, and then I bit your head off. I thought you were trying to be cheeky. Here, I'll show you how I know. Hold on. Chat. Where are you? Okay, there's the CCU game. I'm gonna say this. When did Star Citizen... .30. So that was November 9th, 2018. So in November of 2018, CIG let us purchase ships. So this was 2018. This was November of 2018. This was December. This was 2019. This was 2020. Sure doesn't fucking look like that hurt their goddamn sales now, does it? My point is, it's a dumb thing. It's a dumb idea. And CIG's logic and rationale behind it makes no goddamn sense. Oh, no, Kelmar. I was just talking about, like, people are talking about, like, what if we're only doing 3 patches per cycle for CIG? CIG's only doing three patches per cycle, which it seems like they're trying to do anyways, which is pretty clear that they're heading towards that per year. What's going to happen to the whole wait 2 patches after it releases for a ship to get added in game? And my response that it's a dumb fucking policy in CIG's part. It's dumb, and the only rationale I can think about behind it is because they want to give value to the players who purchased the ships with real cash, which is like, that's dumb. That's dumb. There's no real reason for it. There's no technical reason for it. It's just a marketing reason. It's FOMO, and it's stupid FOMO because people are like, they're like, hey, I want to try this ship out because it's brand new. Oh, look, it's really cool, and it's the new hotness. I'll buy the ship. They do that anyways. And they never make mistakes or forget things. Exactly. They realize that the FOMO works and they've leveraged it for everything that it's worth. I'm saying it doesn't work. I've consistently said that CIG's model is only half right in terms of if they wanted to make money. They don't need to lean on FOMO to make money because they consistently underestimate their own community. If CIG made all of the ships save for the like limited quantity ships that I think CIG does for gameplay reasons more than anything else, and even then I think you don't really need limited quantity ships. Like, I don't think that's really a thing you need. But if they made all of the special ships, like the Super Hornet, right, available any time of the year, people would purchase them more. They wouldn't have these huge spikes during sales, but they would have a consistently higher amount of money per year. And what's more important, the spikes or the cash? The time limited ships are dumb. FOMO doesn't work, so every sales expert has been wrong all these years. I didn't say FOMO doesn't work. I don't like FOMO tactics because I don't think they're as effective as people think they are, because they can have easy blowback. But for Star Citizen specifically, I think they don't need to do it, and it's actually hurts their sales. They've learned nothing from the King. They sold so many MPUVs. Exactly. They haven't learned shit. I don't think they do their own market research, honestly. And if they do, they don't listen to them. Do you feel when the engineering comes out, a lot of people will melt large ships? Probably. Consistent money is always better, as income flux allows your budget team to predict spending. Yeah. I have never seen, I didn't see the marketing person at CitizenCon this last year. They would probably hide them from me because I would have strong words. We would all have strong words for them, but I don't think they come out to CitizenCon because they're like, people get mad at us and scream at us. It's like, I don't want to talk. I don't want to scream at you. I just want to sit down and talk, ask you, what the fuck do you think is going on? What is this? What is your marketing? Like, what do you think is going on with these things? Does anyone think the unannounced ship will be ground vehicle? Yes, there will definitely be a ground vehicle somewhere. Sandy isn't marketing anymore. She's no longer the VP for marketing. Sandy is the like, she's not the chairman of the board, but she's on the board. That's her main role now as board member. And listen, I'd love to know if the marketing folks are actually listening to us and watching us. If you are, please listen. And if I'm wrong, tell me to shut the fuck up and explain why I'm wrong. But you don't, ever. So do I have proof? I don't have proof about the ground vehicle thing, but CIG considers vehicles, ground vehicles and ships are the same thing to CIG. So when you see like 7 vehicles in concept, it's like, there's got to be some ground vehicles in there. Those are just easier for them to do. Like, I am one of the few people in the community who doesn't look at marketing as this big bad boogeyman that runs the company. I know better than that. I know that the marketing doesn't run the company. I'm confused by their sales teams because it's like, why are these decisions being made? Are they being made because of reasons or because it's just the way it is? Because let me be absolutely clear. For anybody who has ever worked in a business, like a corporate office, the amount of times of this is the way we've always done it is the answer for a lot of problems in businesses, because people will stick to tradition and what has happened before because they're too scared of changing the formula up because they don't know, or they're afraid to do the research, or they're afraid it might be wrong. Dogmatic sticking to tradition and to the way it's always been done is where a lot of companies fail. Are afraid of working more and possibly even like removing them from the equation. It might be because of Chris said so. And Chris, but you know what? Chris is wrong a lot of times. And you know who would admit that? Chris Roberts. From everywhere I've talked to, everyone I've talked to who've worked with Chris Roberts, one thing they say is that Chris is very much a team-oriented dude. If someone comes to him and says, hey, this is the idea, and he's like, yeah, this is actually a better idea, he will take it into consideration. Like, surprisingly, the stuff I've heard about Chris Roberts is like, he is very open and amenable to changing stuff. Like, he's not like, this has to be the way it has to be. You can't do it, you're in trouble if you do it the way it's done and it fails. Do it the new way and it fails is on you. Exactly. It's more risk, even if there's a better chance of it improving, because big companies are risk averse. And I have a feeling that that's a lot of the reason why CIG is the way, doing what they do, is because this is always the way it works. So doing new things is scary and risky. And with the profit margin being so fucking razor thin as it is, making a risk in it failing is going to hurt them more radiantly. I don't know. It'll hurt them more. It'll impact them more. So they're afraid to take risks, even though that's what you've been doing this entire time. Corporate bureaucracy and tribal knowledge usually causes evil more often than willful malice. Yeah. Chris needs to stay away from the UI. Nah, they just need to have a UI summit. They really need to sit down and actually have discussions. I've always personally believed that CIG already has the answer to their UI problem. It's already built into the game. It's, what do they call it? It's not master modes, but it's, I think it's similar to modes. It's like the difference between like scanning mode and navigation mode and that kind of stuff. They call it something else though. Y'all can correct me on that one. Yeah. All right, we're gonna read through the monthly report here shortly. Not building blocks. Building blocks is the technology they use the UI on. I'm talking about the actual like modes. Operator modes. Thank you, Mason. They already have the answer, which is operator modes. They need to move all of the HUD spam to being an operator mode. It needs to be needs to be part of the scanning operator mode, whereas the typical flight operator mode is only going to indicate targets and reduces the actual, like, you don't need to see all the details. You just need to see a blip and that's it. So if you have 100 different things, you see little blips, tiny little blips, and or filter it out so it's only ships that show up in your flight mode, and it requires you to switch to scanning mode to be able to see everything around you, because like navigation mode should only worry about the stuff that's right in front of you, or like maybe a narrow cone or just other ships, because of stuff like that. Like, that's the answer. The answer is operator modes. Like, there should be if there's like 1,000 operator modes, it's fine. That's perfect, because that allows for multi-crew gameplay to flourish as well. Because now you could have a dedicated scanning operator on your Connie, and they can communicate with the pilot being like, I'm seeing something up ahead. You know why that's cool? Because Star Trek does that. And there are multiple spaceship games that have multi-crew spaceship games that do that style, and it works really well. You don't necessarily need more multi-crew. It just means you have to go back and forth between operator modes. So if you are doing a specific task like a fighter pilot, having your combat mode and a scanning mode are the two things you really need to know in combat, so you can go where the enemies are. But if you focus also on, like, say, just the flight mode just focuses on active spaceships you can see that have like their ships on and FIF on or off, you know, Kind of like how the extra blips disappear when you set up a course for a star map. Exactly. They just need a filter. They need a filter of some kind, because right now it's just information overload, and it's disgusting. Are you excited for unannounced ship coming? Of course. I always love unannounced ship. It is my favorite type of ship. The unannounced ship. It's so full of potential and joy until it's announced, then it's disappointed. That would certainly help to indicate indirectly nerf solo fighters versus multi-crew ships. It could also do things like allowing for a CIC operator to be able to direct fighters to specific locations because they have a better view of the battlefield and they can work with that information to talk with fighters to get them to do things. Which is not multi-crew, but it is multiplayer.
Them biddies.
It sounds like you're saying that SIG needs to go back and redo HUDs from first principles. Isn't that great?
Kind of, but not really. They don't need to completely redo HUDs. I think they just need to add more. Or an AWAC ship that's what I mean, like an AWAC ship like the Hornet Tracker or Terrapin or Carrack, something that's a CIC ship. Command and control ship that monitors the battlefield and has somebody who commands and tells people where to go. And it's as simple as operator modes. I know it's a little bit more complicated than that, but it's the step that leads you down the path of saving a lot of the problems. And maybe what I'm saying, somebody at RCG has already said.
Them biddies.
Got it. Heads-up displays from first principles and a bespoke, experimental system. No problem. I am sure SIG will be right on that immediately.
They don't need to kind of do that, though. They already have that system. It's called the building block system. That's what they use. They can build out a HUD pretty quickly. And they can connect it into the what is it called? The operator mode system, which already exists. Everything I just said is already in game. It's just a matter of filtering it out. And the way to filter it out is just move all of those blips you see in a screen into a different mode. So you could only see active ships. That would fix almost all of the input problems. Just like you don't see all of the locations when you're in flight mode versus when you're in quantum mode. I'll take a look at that Harabeck. But yeah, I think size 7s are good for the Polaris. That data link thing's in the future. It looks neat. It doesn't look that bad at all, actually. It looks pretty on point for the ship that it's supposed to be. Those are size 7, so that gives you kind of an idea of what the size 7 is supposed to be. Yeah. I'm sure it's not 100% like 1-to-1, but I'm sure it's fairly close. Size 7s makes the most sense. Honestly, size 7 makes the most sense. The fact that it doesn't have any size 7s, but the fucking Perseus and the fucking Nautilus have size 7s? Like, what the fuck? Why doesn't the Polaris have size 7s? Doesn't make the Perseus useless. Adding 2 size 7s to the front mount gives it enough anti-capital ship fire or subcap ship fire to defend itself. The Perseus has double that, and it has in a size, in a crew capacity, in a size that's like a quarter of the Perseus, of the Polaris. It is much smaller and much probably more maneuverable than the probably maybe not, maybe the same category of maneuverability and speed as the Polaris, but in a smaller package, so it's harder to hit, and it has higher armor, almost certainly. I took the image from the Perseus and Polaris from Stardream's Fleet Viewer and used MS Paint to make the edit. Okay. Yeah. Gunpowder creep in Star Citizen is terrible. It diminishes all guns and they just look silly in most cases. I think it depends. The Polaris is just, it was woefully undergunned for the ship it was supposed to be. I mean, if you're going to use like the comparisons, if the Polaris sort of acts as a destroyer would be in the U.S. Navy, and most destroyers, even with like missiles, have a 5-inch gun. Am I wrong? The Perseus is more of a kind of a Coast Guard cutter ship, kind of like a destroyer escort would be almost, probably even smaller than that. But it still has something equivalent to that size. They have similar sized guns. It's just the destroyer has a fuck ton more missiles. Hey, Bloodguard, thank you. I am currently at, last I checked was 286. So I'm a little bit higher than I was at my lowest weight recently, but I'm working my way back down. My goal is to get 260 before CitizenCon, which is possible if I'm not fat. Yeah, because you can also take the size 7s and make them not bespoke. The size 7s on the Polaris could just be generic size 7s. So bespoke size 7s is probably more like a size 8 or 9. They usually when they do a bespoke setup, it means you can't replace them, but they have some advantage. Like the I think it's the Slayer cannon, which is what it's called, on the I believe it's a Hurston Dynamics gun too. On the Nova tank hits like a size 7, but it's a size 5. So Ladna, as I said this many times, CIG's size descriptions or their classifications for like in Star Citizen, they have no connection to reality because that connection doesn't exist. Like there's been changes in terminology from naval ships for like over the last 200 300 years. It's changed a lot, and basically in terms of role doesn't necessarily mean the name. So people say, well, the names don't make any sense, like because you're basing it off of modern names. CIG has all but said that they feel like it was a mistake using actual names that are comparable to today because it relates to that comparison, when in reality it's more like they could have just made up shit for their ship classification style and like it would have been fine. It makes no sense. It does make sense. It just doesn't make any sense if you're comparing it to modern ship classes. Modern ship classes have nothing to do with future spaceships. It's because people compare a fictional space game to reality and then get confused. Like, a Star Destroyer in Star Wars is nothing like a destroyer in reality. But it's still called the Star Destroyer. It's like 15 times the size of a destroyer. A Star Destroyer, an Imperial Star Destroyer, is fucking massive. I think it's bigger than the Bengal. No one makes that complaint because Star Wars is this sort of weird fantasy universe. Like Battlestar Galactica has a battle star that isn't real. It's not a real classification, but it's basically a carrier. But it's nothing like the size of a, Ford supercarrier. The point is that CIG should have called their classifications like Singularity Corvette and Nova Destroyer class and stuff like that. A Nova Destroyer, Javelin class. A Javelin class Nova Destroyer. Like, what the fuck's a Nova Destroyer? I don't know. It's fucking invented. Who gives a shit? The rules are by size, not destruction power. The size goes, if it's below size, it's not even by size. It's probably more by roll. If it's below, if the components are below size 5, I want to say, it might be a size 3 component. No, it's size 4. Can't remember. There's a component size that's a capital size, and I think it's size 4 or size 5. So generally speaking, a corvette is a patrol ship. A frigate is kind of like a heavy patrol ship. A destroyer is a capital, like a ship of the line capital. A cruiser is above that, and a battleship's above that, and a carrier is around that. You basically have patrol ships, which is like gunboats all the way up to frigates. The gunboats are subcaps, and then you have capital, which is corvette and frigate. And then anything above a frigate is a fleet capital. Well, unfortunately, stuck on Homeworld where the classifications are fighter, corvette, frigate, capital, super capital, and such. Yeah. I'm just using description as Polaris because the primary build is a torpedo boat. Yes, it's designed as a torpedo boat. It's a standoff attack warship, where it shouldn't have defense guns because its role doesn't support self-defense attack. It has some self-defense capabilities. It was always built with some guns on it. And having size 7s, which technically can attack capital ships, but they're kind of like shooting a pop gun at a tank. Like a size 7 isn't going to do much to a king ship, but it could do something to something like a Perseus. So it's still a defensive sort of measure, but 2 size 7s for a ship that size isn't going to do much because it's about that same size. What doesn't make sense to me is a ship that is 181 meters long and everything is lower size than the Reclaimer. Reclaimers aren't military ships though. They're civilians. Like whole D's are technically capital ships because of the size categories, but yeah. Size 6 what? Think about like what equipment is size 6? How many ships are in the battle group versus a fleet? We don't know a lot. As far as we can tell, as far as I can tell, based off of my knowledge, is that a battle group can be as small as a handful of ships, like 3 to 4 ships. And a fleet is bigger than that. I don't think CIG's gotten into super specifics about that because they still kind of want to play with the idea. But at one point, they did mention generally how many ships make up a battle group. Let me look that up. I think it was Lore Builder. Here it is. So this is what it says right here. The battle group is 1 main carrier, 2 to 4 escorts, then combat support vessels, and commanded by a rear admiral. So generally speaking, a battle group has 1 main carrier and 2 to 4 escorts. And in this case, you have a fleet which is made up of 3 different battle groups. So based off of this, a fleet would maybe have 3 carriers. Maximum would be like 12 support ships and 3 carriers, plus freighters, tankers, colliers, that kind of thing. Again, because his primary role is a torpedo boat, you want size guns. You want size guns. You should be advocating for less torpedoes. Size 7 guns. I just think size 7 makes sense as sort of its multi-role as being both because it's not just a torpedo boat. It's also a patrol vessel, so it has to have some teeth for subcaps. It shouldn't rely intensively on escorts, because that's kind of what its sort of thing is supposed to be. It's supposed to be like a solo patrol ship. So the size 7s are designed to make it a little bit more teethy against smaller ships, and it's big. And if it's going up against bigger ships, it uses as torpedoes. Diz, that's my point. Like, no one thinks of a Star Destroyer as an actual destroyer because it's called Star Destroyer. It's all about in the names. So it can work with the Perseus and Hammerhead, and a Perseus is designed to be able to take on closer in targets, but it has some decent range, but it's not really designed to patrol an entire system alone. The Polaris is designed to patrol an entire system solo. Well, you're saying size 6, size 5. Oh, you're talking about like pad size? Don't think about pad size. Pad size is dumb because like Polaris can't land. Well, I guess it can land, but it'll be landing at like a 890 jump or something like that. Yeah, all of this is for to say, don't get mixed up because of the naming. The naming doesn't have to matter. The real point is role, and the way that these sort of capital ships in the Navy, in the UE Navy work is more based around its role, rather than its like weapons or size or anything like that. Like the Polaris as a corvette. Corvettes are patrol ships. They're designed to patrol an area of space and often keep the peace in that one area of space, or act as a picket ship for smaller vessels or for larger fleets to go out in front and take on little locations. Similar to what the Hammerhead is, but because the Hammerhead is mostly designed for fleet support and for minor patrol purposes, it's more of a, we want to be able to do 2 in 1. We want to be able to have our cake and also Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome everyone from back at stream. How you doing? My name is Paul Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and spacebar here at the AstroPub, your spacebar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got to go in for you. We've been yapping about Star Citizen a while. I need to get into this monthly report thing. So yeah, but welcome to the captain's table, the office hours. Office hours is where we kind of talk about Star Citizen news and lore and more. So how's everything going? It goes good though. Becky, how you doing? How was your stream? I'm gonna take a break here in a few moments after we kind of welcome everybody, and I'm gonna go grab something to drink, some agua, and then we'll get to it. Because I need to take a shower before we go to bed. I already took a shower, but I took a shower, moved a bunch of stuff at work around, so I got sweaty. So I took another shower when I got home for lunch, and I left to go back to work, and I got sweaty again because it's like fucking. Like it was like over like 105 degrees today. So we'll see what the temperature was today. It was 100. Low 75 though, not bad. The 63% humidity, it wasn't too bad. It's supposed to rain tomorrow too. All right, I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna get some water. Don't go anywhere.
Weapons free, y'all.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
words. Distress bacon.
Drugs.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I love democracy.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Barcelona! Barcelona!
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
Of course, I get raided by Soul Citizens as I leave. Welcome, everybody. I went to go get agua so I wouldn't die, because it's 100 and like around 100 degrees here in Texas today, and my room is probably about half that. Not even half that. It's very cold. It's probably like 2 degrees cooler in here compared to the outside temperature. So I'm fucking dying. We're going to get started with the monthly report here, and then we'll probably call it a night because I got to get up early tomorrow. Yay, yes, I did come back. Daddy came back from the store with milk and cigarettes. All right. So for those of you who haven't seen me do a capsule, I'm going to be focusing heavily on kind of reading through the monthly report and kind of talking at you. I won't be reading a lot of the comments and chat until afterwards. So keep that in mind. I'm trying to make these more casual rather than my usual formal sort of video style. So keep that in mind, but yeah, we'll get started here. All right, it's time for another office hours capsule. It's kind of a small section with here on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. I'd love to have you come down and watch us and join these captives. I mean, my chat here live while we do things like just yap about Star Citizen, look at Star Citizen lore, news, and more. Today, we'll be focusing on the PU monthly report from July 2024 for Star Citizen. So let's take a look. So as we go through this, I do want to make sure y'all know this is not a summary. I'm not going to sit here and give you like a small update on like a kind of a brief overview of everything. This is going to be a complete read through. So get something to drink, get something to eat. This may take anywhere between 30 minutes and an hour. You will need to see down below, obviously. But I've been doing this for years now. So if you're interested, you can always go back and read some of these other monthly reports. But I will try to do some kind of interject a little bit to give you some context on certain things, because some things might be an update from the previous month or kind of a follow-up on from months before. So I'll give you a little bit of running commentary as well. I'm just going to read it to you. PU Monthly Report, July 2024. Welcome to July's PU Monthly Report. With the upcoming Alpha 3.24 patch now live for testing in the PTU, many teams spent the month polishing and bug fixing alongside new tasks for Pyro and beyond. Read on for all the details. Last month, the AI features team worked on a combination of fixes and new functionality, including an issue requiring a usable to have an interactable component. A problem was also solved with stance not being updated, causing an issue with AI exiting cover. This bug was caused by conflicting changes between Squadron 42 and Star Citizen when merging features. The team solved the problems with tactical query system conditions, silently failing without setting results. Which has led to uninitialized memory bugs. For example, when running to the reachable condition, it occasionally returned with a true result when the point was not reachable because the result variable had not been initialized as false.
You can take away my spaceship.
Forgot to do that.
You can take away my space suit.
Hold on.
You can even take away my space laser.
Yeah, I keep forgetting I have to do that. Sorry about that. That's my little like alert for YouTube and Twitch and stuff like that. Thank you for that Twitch Prime sub. All right. This was blocking the test of the cover hit reactions test level. Okay. An issue with vision raycasting allowing NPCs to see through buildings was rectified alongside bugs with NPCs using the multi-tool, including one giving them infinite ammunition in repair mode. The team also added dynamic object handling to the vision component to fix vision raycasts and entities from being blocked when doors change states. The handling of situation changes during aimed at events were improved too. I think generally this is just changing how NPCs react depending on what they see. So like the idea of the dynamic object handling into vision component to fix vision raycast and entities from being blocked when doors change states, meaning like an AI would look at a door and it would see a door, and even if the door is open, it would say, there's nothing, I can't see beyond this door, so its vision would stay, it would keep saying, the AI would still think that the door is closed even though it's open. So they would just stare at somebody who is staring across the door at them rather than like, oh, that's an enemy, I should shoot them. And things like aimed at. So I think that's like things like how AI can sometimes panic and run away when you pull up a like a med gun, which shouldn't be. So new functionality was developed to support and restrict movement within assigned schedule combat areas, including being able to set up schedule areas and tags through the editor rather than just through the schedule. This allows for designers to more carefully control fights, giving an AI areas of interest in a similar way to existing tech for defend and attack areas, but on a broader scale. So that's referencing a simple AI logic that they set up earlier for Squadron, which specifically focuses on, oh gosh, how do I put this? Like they will defend an area or attack an area, and so they have logic to attack or defend, but they don't really have a lot of like opposite. They can't like counterattack or anything like that. So they might like patrol a little bit here and there, but they just that's basically what they focus on. With this, it sounds like they're trying to give more flexibility. So the AIs may be in an area and may push and attack a player if they get too close to an area, or defend a little bit more. So a little bit less like binary attack defend and more just generally protect this area, if I'm reading this correctly. AI group entity allows designers to assign NPC groups. AI group entity component, a runtime component that defines NPC groups that can share knowledge such as perception data. So basically, if an AI sees you, they can tell their friends where you are. AI group entity exports group members as a part of an object container data. AI group entity, a data forge record. On friendly call to arms heard, an event that brings the rest of the group into combat. Work together. Did I skip something? Yes, I did. So the AI team also added a significant piece of new functionality, AI groups. This enables perception data to be shared between AI within the same group, giving the designers more control however NPCs are brought into fights and how they work together. For this, the team added a variety of entity changes, including what I just said. So yeah, different ways that the AIs can interact with one another when fighting somebody. So elsewhere, the team reviewed and made improvements to how AI used wildlines, including adding new combat communication wildlines, such as surrendering, grenade reactions and throwing, investigation, hit reactions, reloading, and perception reactions. A script was created to check duplicate and unused communication names in pursuit of gold standard wildline setup. Okay. Generally speaking, what this is talking about is they're changing how FPS AI reacts. The tactics of FPS AI. It's mostly what the AI feature seems to be focusing on. AI tech. For AI tech, the team continued working on AI vision and movement systems for server meshing. This will allow NPCs to transition from one server to another without losing their previous context. Various optimizations were made too, including the observable and vision components, and a collision avoidance when NPCs fly ships and drive ground vehicles. Updates were also made to tactical point system queries used by the ship's AI behaviors, allowing AIs to jump between NPCs to jump between servers. Good idea. Art characters. July saw the character art team begin to work on utility armor. They also progressed with specialist armor, supported requests for the character customizer, and worked through the art debt for loot items. Hey, new loot items. That's good. Or fixing loot items. Character concept art team explored new designs for fauna, while hair team progressed with additional hairstyles. Art ships. July saw ship art working towards new milestones for the vehicles currently in production, including the RSI Polaris, Zeus, and 3 unannounced ships. My favorite flavor of ship, because it can be anything. It could even be a ship. Production of 3 new vehicles kicked off, 2 alongside 2 new concepts. This is kind of confusing because CIG will say ships and vehicles, and sometimes a ship is a vehicle. I don't think I'd read too much into that because that's just Xylo writing things down and not maybe even just kind of translating wrong, or just talking, just yapping. So three unannounced ships could be some of those ships could be in fact the ground vehicles, and the 3 new vehicles aren't necessarily 3 new ground vehicles. They could also be ships. So yeah, so that tracks sort of, because we have the Zeus, the Polaris, the Zeus, the 2 Zeuses we have, the ES and the CL, I think. The MR is not coming out until next year. So, and then 3 unannounced ships. So that's 3 ships plus 3 unannounced ships for a total of 6 ships plus 3 new vehicles. So 9 total vehicles in the pipeline currently. Plus, 9 current vehicles in the pipeline. And to clarify this, for people who are like, hey, unannounced ship could be the Perseus. It wouldn't be the Perseus. If they say unannounced ship, it means that it's something they're working on that they haven't announced. They don't say, oh, well, we're working on an unannounced ship, and then it turns out to be, the Zeus MR. That's not how they talk about it. They'll talk about the Zeus MR if they're working on it. Typically, these are ships that could be variants of existing ships they haven't talked about yet, or they could be brand new ships that are concept ships, or ships that are going to be straight to flyable. So it really depends. Community. July began with the community team supporting Foundation Festival 2954, which encouraged experienced players to share their knowledge with newcomers. They also invited players to highlight what makes their organization stand out in the org showcase contest. The team then published several new guides to help players with weapons, master modes, and industrial cargo, and medical careers. In support of the returning Jumptown Global event, the community team collected feedback to improve future events. For Alien Week 2954, the team compiled entries from Xenothreat Smackdown contest into the Alien-themed cookbook. Regular updates were also published for the community, including Roadmap Roundup, This Week in Star Citizen, and the Arena Commander schedule. With CitizenCon 2954 less than 3 months away, community is currently working hard to prepare an unforgettable program of exciting content. The month wrapped up with the Bar Citizen in Washington, D.C. There were 150 attendees gathered, seeing organizations meet in first person meet in person for the first time, and even a new org forming at the event. These gatherings exemplify the spirit of Bar Citizens, with more events anticipated in the future. The team is already looking forward to meeting members of the community at Gamescom in Cologne, and can't wait to kick off 2 Bar Citizens on August 23rd and 24th. CIG community team. Apparently they were playing my one of my lore videos in the background here at one point, which is nice. Thank you, Jake. My famous ships of the UE Navy. So core gameplay. Okay, so this is going to be a long one. This is going to be a very long one. The gameplay features team progressed with a wide variety of features throughout July, beginning with the Charge and Drain. For this, they added networking support for a wider feature, added networking support for bringing unpowered items back to life, implemented weapon rollback, and supported UI implementation. Progress was then made on the overheat mechanic, improving ways to tune heat values. Moving forward, all energy weapons will have the potential to overheat. So charge and drain is basically what we've thought about for a long time, being able to take your weapon packs and then recharge them and then drain them and those sorts of things. I believe that's part of it, but it's also mostly for things like your tractor beam. Your tractor beam has a battery, and that battery will drain over time. And then you have to replace that battery with a new battery and possibly be able to recharge it, but we don't know that right now. Hence the charge. So it basically adds the current resource system to your weapons, to your energy weapons and energy tools. So tasks were also completed for light amplification, adding control hints to toggle it on or off supported scopes, while bugs were fixed for the fire extinguisher and quantum travel for server meshing. I'm guessing we're not going to see the new quantum travel for 4.0. Gameplay features continued improving control surfaces, addressing various tuning issues, while zero-G traversal markers were implemented. Oh, I believe zero-G traversal markers is how the AI is able to use zero-G, like AVA zero-G. Control surfaces, this is a big one. For the multifunction display, MFD rework, comms list, hail target, and comm call functionality were added. Work also began on weapon groups to allow players to switch between group presets. Oh, interesting. Last month, significant progress was made on jump points, with gameplay features providing design with the ability to define exit locations, which will also have a physical force to push players away from the exit. Players will now also get pulled into the tunnel one by one when making a jump. Improvements were also made to tunnel generation. For example, the team now has radio control over 8-way logic, better control point tension parameters, more accurate selection probability, and improved stability. The tunnels are less prone to self-intersection at corners too. Alongside this, updates were made to the jump UI, including icon and color changes, text fade in and out, contextual nav points, and generated heads-up display. HUD fade in and out depending on the approach angle. July also saw progress on engineering gameplay, including making fully distorted items consume resources despite not being functional. Support was also added for Master Modes 2, with quantum drives now going fully offline in SMC mode and shields going offline in nav mode. I see what I'm saying. The stuff that works right now, the way it works is going to be different because like when they actually do engineering gameplay, it will do the full swap over. So your quantum drive will not be on while you are in nav, where you're in SMC, FCM. I think that's a misspelling there, Xylo. I caught you. It's SCM, not SMC. Naughty, naughty. And yeah. The engineering screens in MFT progressed with tasks beginning on power presets and assignment UI. Life support and fuel information were added, while the power display was improved. Radar scan and scanning feature progressed, with gameplay features adding delta signatures to the HUD and the MFD, and moving the jammer from signature system to the radar component for easier integration with other systems. So that's another kind of interesting talk. Radar and scanning feature. Delta signatures. So delta typically indicates change. Does anybody have a reference to delta signatures? Because that may be a specific terminology that I'm not familiar with. So for me, just as a layman looking at that idea, it means change in signatures to the HUD and MFD, moving the jammer from the signature system to the radar component for easier integration with other systems. So there's going to be some sort of radar jammer as part of a radar component. So there's jamming, and there's also changes in signatures. Okay. So you can see the differences in signatures. So like if you see a running hot Corsair, you might see the EM and the IR just go freaking through the roof. And then it suddenly turns off, and so suddenly those drop, and so the actual like blips on your radar might actually get smaller because the radar isn't actually radar. It's going to probably mimic radar, your scanning systems. And moving the jammer from the signature system to the radar component for easier integration with other systems. So I'm guessing you could also maybe jam signatures if you know where you're being scanned at. I think delta here means vector ships are moving. Could be that them changing movement. I was also thinking it may be the signatures in terms of just like the changes in its output. EM warfare, yeah. Yeah, this usually means to change, but the question is more, what is the delta signature they're talking about? Are we talking about the change in direction of an object or the change in the signatures themselves of like EM and IR? The jammer is neat though. That definitely seems more like a stealth gameplay. More information was added to the charge scan UI, including maximum held charge, a notification when attempting to scan during the cooldown, and fade out and collapse animations. The overall HUD was polished and decluttered too. For example, nameplates only show for targeted ships. Distance only appears for targeted and pinned ships. Target information shows for scanned targets, and how long the target information is shown was decreased. Very good. It seems like they're going to remove the clutter of scanning so that when you scan, if you have to target a ship to scan it. So maybe you scan out and you see the location, but then you have to target that said location, that said ship, even if it's a long way off, and then you can see all the information. So you might see blips on your scanning HUD, but you won't see like all of the names that clutter up the whole screen, which is nice. Audio signature emissions were added. Well, the devs began implementing FPS ping counterplay, with players being detected and highlighted if they are FPS ping depending on various factors. So that's the thing that they've showed off for Squadron, where there's a ping, like a scanning ping you can do in FPS, where you can see. It's basically like see through walls. It's a wall hack. But by doing so, you're going to let yourself up so other people can see you through walls as well. So it's a balance mechanic. It's like run ping, please. You're playing Hunt for Red October, but with ARs. New vehicle annunciator system was added, which supports power, weapons, thrusters, shields, proximity, radar, quantum missiles, coolers, and shots. I'm guessing that's being able to the bitching Betty, the sort of like vocalization of ships. Huh. Following last month's progress on the mission refactor, the team added the option to spawn objectives at random points near planets, both inside and outside the atmosphere. Alongside this, the ability to attach objectives to players was added. Contract generation was improved, and the new contract broker service was implemented. The latter was created by the online services team and enables full contract details and properties to be procedurally generated client-side from contract definition. That's the refactor that's going to be used for the what is it called? For the new server meshing systems. So. Sounds like it's a little bit more than just getting everything up to server meshing. Sounds like it's a little bit more detailed, but support was also given to actual missions, with various bugs being fixed and improvements being made on to the back end of hauling contracts. Further support was given to Blockade Runner, while various issues of the UI were fixed. The contract manager's abandoned button behavior was extended to hauling missions too. Various updates were made for the upcoming cargo release. For example, they added search functionality to the item bank and a freight elevator kiosk. Adjustments to auto-loading times based off of box size, and debugging functionality to the instance interior system. Bug fixing was also done for the cargo system, air traffic control, item bank, freight elevator kiosk, and cargo missions. That's pretty beefy there. Yeah, ship vocalizations. At least that's how I read it. Okay, so I'm not crazy when I say that, because I don't know what enunciator is. Economy. July saw the economy team progressing with their tasks for Pyro, including the Outer Rings. The Outer Rings. They also worked on refactor that will allow them to create and modify shops in a more scalable manner. For cargo, balancing was done to the price and time auto-loading to give players the choice between manually loading or paying for convenience and speed. A balance pass was also done on vehicle components, including new life support systems and jump drives. Finally, the devs continued to develop their understanding of player profiles to ensure that each career is profitable according to the long-term vision of the economy. In-game branding. In-game branding continued wrapping up tasks for jump points and Pyro system, polishing content and ensuring everything fits the environment. Mission design. Mission design continued working on unannounced content alongside a suite that uses individual features to create a complex form of repair missions. For the latter, mission design continued working on an unannounced content alongside a suite that uses individual features to create complex form of repair missions. For the latter, they identified key structures that would be used to ensure the location stays up and running and make them breakable. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, CIG, for several months now, the mission team has been playing with the idea of doing a reverse shipbreaker game. So instead of breaking up and salvaging a hard space shipbreaker, instead of doing, breaking up and salvaging a ship, they'll take a ship that's mostly pieces, and you have to build those pieces and replace the parts for that ship as part of a mission. So it's kind of like building a ship with spare parts, which is what's been their kind of idea for running stuff. My guess is possibly for possible future prison missions as well as to give salvage yards some mission like kind of material as well. Using information gathered from cargo gameplay, work began on resource gathering. The current focus of is on emergent gameplay that pulls resources from the verse, starting with mining. For example, if a location requests a specific resource, a player can choose how to acquire it, be mining, buying, or piracy. Alongside this, progress was made on mission system refactor, which will change how missions are offered and future-proof the wider system. It also creates an opportunity to fix legacy issues and folder structures and reassess existing missions. They'll also be able to implement new features into the mission system to allow greater control and create a more MMO-style features and content. Please, oh God, don't give me fucking Kill 50 Boars, please. Annunciator is a gauge or a light on a console, usually like a labeled indicator. Like an overload warning indicator is an annunciator. Oh, so it's not like a vocal annunciator. Annunciator is like a button that tells you what's going on. Like, warning, overheat, overload, like below the deck or whatever, like at the deck or whatever. So. Narrative. Hey, my favorite. Narrative team spent July continuing to support development for Alpha 4.0. This included a mixture of mission text, brainstorming ideas for additional mission content, and delving into some of the various locations being placed by the environment team and design teams. Narrative designers spent time overseeing the presence of social AI in various locations, making sure the areas were not only marked up correctly, but the general vibe and feeling of the area is accurately represented. An initiative was also started with the team to overhaul some of the social spaces to better reflect the intended tone of the location. On the Star Citizen 1.0 front, Narrative worked closely with design to define mission providers and aspects of reputation. Work also started on the initial scripting and development of additional location stories for players to discover. One of the biggest problems I've had with Narrative is that all of this stuff is great for writing, but we need talking. We need to be able to talk to mission givers and talk to people in locations and have people talk to each other. Like, because that's going to add more life in the universe than just a really well-dressed set. But a variety of lore content was published in the website, including a pair of Whitley's guides with Vulcan and Carrick, as well as another batch of Galactopedia entries. Online technology. In July, the online services team collaborated intensely with the gameplay and UI teams to introduce a significant quality of life enhancement to freight kiosks, a search bar. This feature allows for quick item searches by name, improving the efficiency of locating items within large inventories. They also implemented optimizations to hanger and shard stow mechanics to prevent issues and facilitate recovery processes. The team, also working on potential mission and marker system features for Alpha 4.0, visited the Manchester studio, where they collaborated with the gameplay teams to ensure the seamless integration of these upcoming features. In preparation for Alpha 4.0, online services began developing a new player trade service. This will enable players to transfer funds amongst themselves without being subject to the same game server's authority, paving the way for server meshing. Oh, so many people are going to be so upset, because they saw that last week or last month that they're working on player trade. Everyone's like, they're finally going to do player trade. It sounds like what it actually is just they're working on the system we currently have, but that works over an entire shard rather than just one server. Oh, so many people can be upset. Lastly, the team focused on bug fixes, stabilizing the Alpha 3.24 release, and finalizing social services refactor. This extensive project, which online services have been working on for the past few months, is now ready to go live, marking a significant milestone for the team. Social services? Does that sound? That sounds like no, that can't be org stuff, is it? It's gonna be like AI social services, right? Not org social services. Let me read that again. The team is focused on bug fixes, stabilizing Alpha 3.24 release, and finalizing the social services refactor. It's got to be friendship stuff. This extensive project, which online services have been working on for the past few months, is now ready to go live, making a significant milestone for everything. That's got to be it. It's got to be like a friend system overhaul. I'm not saying that's like Organizations 2.0, but I'm saying that sounds like they're fixing the friends system and the party system. So the Live Tools team worked on new core features for the Hex tool. The main goal of this is to provide better management of roles and permissions, streamline workflows between different tools, and enable the ability to perform bulk actions. The team is also improving other internal tools, such as error reporting pipeline with the implementation of new technical architecture. They're currently providing necessary support and maintenance to its users. I imagine that the social services refactor is because they wanted to make parties be able to function between servers. That's got to be it. That's not going to be like an overhaul. That's just got to be make the current system function between servers so that you can have a party and then you can be in different servers and you can still see your party members and know where they are. It's got to be it. I can't imagine there's new services. So yeah, no, I think that's just the social services refactor is for it to work between servers for server meshing. Also, so groups can enter hangars. Yeah. Team is also improving other internal tools such as error reporting pipeline and the implementation of new technical architecture. They're currently providing necessary support for maintenance of this users. Okay, we're almost done. UI. Last month, the UI designs and artists worked on in-game visuals and functionality for the Resource Network UI and completed the final polishing tasks for jump points. For vehicles, the team replaced the old Flash MFDs to set up new HUDs, resulting in a cleaner and less cluttered flight experience. The UI's team's tech programmers worked on performance improvements to speed up the frame rate on various parts of the UI. VFX. Finally, for July's report, the VFX team continued to support several effects-heavy features, including jump points and dynamic fire. They also continue to work on acidic caves and completed their task on the RSI Zeus and another unnamed vehicle. Tasks were also kicked off for 2 new weapons. All right. So what we've learned is that the mission systems and the social systems, which were both big, I think those were both in the monthly, not monthly reports, but the the roadmap. I think both of those are probably done or close to being done. Not done. Done is not what I mean. Done is not, that does not mean it's ready to be released. It's more like it's waiting for players to test it, sort of thing. It sounds like they're wrapping up those items, so it's ready to go for 4.0. And then everything else seems to be focusing heavily on the engineering system. Lots of stuff on engineering. Lots of stuff on a lot of these back-end 4.0 preparations for things like missions and mission design and all sorts of things. The economy even. Yeah. The only thing that's kind of stood out to me was the radar and scanning stuff. Radar and scanning definitely seems like it's getting further along. I assume we're going to hear a lot about radar and scanning at CitizenCon, because that is the perfect place to show off the new radar and scanning system. They teased it last CitizenCon, so it's definitely something they want to do. HUD reworks for the entire game, and AI to be a little bit better at kind of the sort of tactical stuff. Of course, 9 ships, including 2 Zeus models, or 2 Zeus versions and the Polaris, and then 3 unannounced vehicles, which were kind of working, I guess, in this is new milestone, so it could be anything. My guess is gray box, and then 3 new ships kicked off. So like 3 vehicles that are in gray box, 3 vehicles in a white box, or with 2 new concepts. Oh, that's even more. It's like 11 ships there, so pretty big. But again, all of this is mostly focused 4.0, 1.0, or 3.24, 4.0, and 1.0. Those have been the main features. And I will say this was July. I do not expect much from the August or September monthly reports, because as we get closer to CitizenCon, CIG is going to keep a lot more stuff tighter to the chest, because they want to show off all that cool stuff in October. And we'll probably won't get another monthly report until we'll get one for October, but it'll probably just mostly be CitizenCon stuff. And then they usually don't do one for November. They do November, December, and January all in one sort of pool in, usually it's November, December in January, if not November, December, and January in February. So, I do think that this does kind of point at the fact that 4.0 is still probably going to be, it's probably planned for CIG to release it before CitizenCon. And I still think that that's still the direction they're going to go, which, for clarification, I do not think that's necessarily a good thing. I'd much rather let it cook and then let it release when it's better. But CIG has marketing sort of promotions that they want to kind of work alongside that release. So it's definitely something they are going to be shooting for. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, watch the video that's up there. If you're watching this after the fact, where I talk about the roadmap update and how this means that 4.0 is probably coming out before CitizenCon. This just adds more to that, with the mission system refactor and the social system refactor being like worked on, if not done, in July. Yeah, I think they're shooting, they're pushing, headlong into that reality. But as always, I want to hear your thoughts down below. Am I crazy? Am I just like ripping way too much hopium on this? Or do you see the patterns the way I do? Do you see the numbers, Mason? What do they mean? And as always, if you enjoyed this, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. And then you can join these wonderful folks trapped in my basement, in my chat, live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive on Thursdays, again at 8 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Pacific. Love to have you here and hang out. But until then, like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. Who is that? Death Gamer, you still thinking Squad 42 first quarter? No. I don't think I ever said Squad 42 first quarter. I said fourth quarter. I'd rather see it like second quarter, but we're probably going to see it fourth quarter of next year. I'm interested in the hangars and can't wait for them, being able to land my Vulture and offload 2 full loads into the freight elevator. I think that's it's fair. Hey, Mook. Yeah, I don't like the idea. I absolutely despise the idea of CIG releasing Squadron in the fall or winter, because I think that's they're going to hit more competition, and by hitting more competition, it's going to be much riskier. But at the same time, I also don't think Squadron 42 is going to sell well initially. I don't think Squadron 42 is going to be one of those things where it either it has to make all the money it's ever going to make in the first week. I think what's going to happen is Squadron is going to have maybe a little bit of a burst, a decent sales period. And then as word of mouth spreads, it will become more popular, more people will purchase it. But that works better in an ecosystem where there isn't a lot of new releases. So, right before summer or at the end of summer, versus right around the same time as GTA 6, where you're going to be enveloped by the black hole. My prediction for CitizenCon is control surfaces, QT rework, base building, and radar and scanning. I think those are all solid predictions. I think what they'll do is they'll announce the roadmap for 1.0, and then they'll say 1.0 is going to come out. We don't know when it's going to come out, because they'll probably have a date, and they'll probably say we're not going to tell you, because they will figure out real quickly, don't do fucking dates, Chris. Because you're gonna fucking miss them, and then when you miss them, everyone's gonna get mad at you. If you just say it's done when it's done, and you just constantly push out the your ideas, and don't say, 4.2 is gonna have this and 4.7 is gonna have this. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's stupid. Just say these are what we're planning on hitting. We will get them when we get them, and then say, here is everything we're going to be working on for the next year towards that goal. 4.0 is not coming out in 2025. You are fucking high if you think that 4.0 is coming out, or 4.0, 1.0 is coming out in 2025. 4.0 is coming out before CitizenCon. Harback, the only thing I would add to that is Bounty Hunting version 2. I think they're going to show off Bounty Hunting version 2 as part of that as well. I can see 2028. But as always, when people go, oh no, that's so long away, I can't play it. Star Citizen is going to be in a much better state well before 4.0, or before 4.0, before 1.0. Keep doing that. 1.0 comes out, because it has to be in order for them to function. I do think that probably next year is going to be when we start seeing that sort of improvement, to the point of where everyone's saying, shut the fuck up and stop adding things and fix the game. I think once 4.0 is out, I think that's when you start seeing CIG fixing the game. There'll still be problems, obviously, with 4.1 and 4.2, and even next year we'll still have some significant problems and stability issues. But I do think that the end of next year will be a lot more of what we would you'd expect for a final game than what you see as a final game. There it is. Still waiting on viable game mechanics and loops. I think that's next year. I think that's fully fleshed out. All of the loops they want to get done will probably be out next year. I don't think it'll be complete, but it'll work. What CIG constantly calls the golden road, because that's a fancy word for minimum viable product. Because you say minimum viable product, people say, well, you're lazy. But if you say golden road, it sounds really cool. It's the same fucking thing. Science and farming. I think science will probably come in with scanning. I wouldn't be surprised if scanning tech, if the scanning tech that they add in is the version 1 of something like data running and science and stuff like that. And farming, I think, is going to be base building. So like version 1 of farming will be coming out with version 1 of base building, which both I think will come out next year. I don't think they'll come out right away. I think they'll come out the end of next year, but they're definitely on the path. Yeah, base building farming is not going to be like you get a piece of ground and like till it. You have to build your biodome and then farm from that. What's the passage duration between 4.0 and 1.0? How many iterations of 4.x till we get to 1.0? So 2. Here's the thing that I predict. I think CIG is not going to say fucking shit for shit about the 4.0 branch. We're not going to see them say, oh yeah, 4.0 is going to have this, and then 4.1 is going to have this. We're going to see what 4.0 has, and then CIG is going to say 1.0 is going to look like this. Okay, so when are we getting this? When are we getting base building? When we get base building done? Within 12 months, 18 months, whatever. Like, that's what they'll say. So I think CIG is probably going to drop the 4.x idea. The idea of having 4.0.x or 4.1.x or 4.2.x, like the little sub patches, I think CIG is just going to fucking remove that idea. I think 4.0 is just going to be every patch is a different patch. So we may get up to like 4.50 in 3 years. Because CIG has learned that the patch numbers mean fuck and all. Patch naming doesn't make any sense. They've never stuck to it. But they do know that people think that there is more progress being made if there is more patch numbers, if number go up. And they think less progress is being made if it's a patch sub number. So every time they could rename a patch to like 3.24, for instance, they're going to do that. So get ready for a fuck ton of 4.0 patches, which is going to be probably not even a quarter. We may break the number, like we may get like a 4.30, but it may take like a year to get to that point. Monkey's so smart. Monkey like big number. Big number, good. Small number, bad. Big number, good. New here. I fought my first patch in January 2015. I was in my 30s, almost 50 now. Still alpha and still haven't installed the game once. You are a smart man, Grograk. You are smart. The smart people purchased this game back when it was like $20 and just fucked off and waited for the game to be finished. 4.20. Oh, God. 4.28 will be the last patch before 4.1. Maybe. Let's just reverse the numbers. I've been a big fan of just making shit up. Just do what they do already. Like for instance, like fueling fortunes was one of the name of the patches. Instead of using 4 point whatever, just say we're done with the number system. We're now just going to call this the fueling fortunes patch, or the hunting heads patch, or whatever the fuck. Just name it random shit, because that way people have no fucking idea what's progress. So I missed some. So not bothering with 5.0 at some point, just saying 4.0 until we reach for ready for alpha and beta. I think they're going to completely fucking skip beta. For whatever goddamn reason, CIG is going to say, damn the torpedoes full speed ahead. And instead of having Star Citizen and alpha, instead of going from Star Citizen alpha to beta, they're going to go from alpha to release. Star Citizen Alpha came out in 2014. Star Citizen Alpha 1.0. We're currently in Alpha 3.23 and .1, and then we're going to have Alpha 3.24, and then when 4.0 comes out, it'll be Star Citizen Alpha 4.0, 4.0, and then when 1.0 comes out, it'll be Star Citizen Release 1.0. Like I said, the names don't fucking matter because CIG doesn't give a shit. At least early access. Doesn't matter. They're going to call it release. No. There's no way they're doing beta. Not based off of what they said. They're not going to do a beta at all. They're going to go straight from alpha to release, and their release is going to be a beta. They're just going to call it release for some reason. Squad 42 is actually heading to beta right now. There's been a lot of last monthly report. I haven't read this most recent one. There's a lot of stuff mentioning beta and getting things ready for beta. I think that's one of the things we'll hear at CitizenCon is that Squadron 42 is in beta. So it's out of polishing and into beta, and which means that they're kind of locking down the last systems and making sure it works. But I don't think we're going to see a Star Citizen beta. I was going to hope we would go from 4.0 to a Star Citizen beta 1.0. And then just being like, it's basically done when we released, and they'll just call it beta. But for some reason, CIG seems to be obsessed with the idea of having release. And the only thing I can think of, and X, you can back me up on this one, because I think you'd agree with this one, is that one of the major reasons why CIG has a hard time retaining talent is because they have no release. So CIG, Star Citizen has been in development for 12 years, and if somebody has been working at CIG for 12 years, that is one product. And if you're trying to work at a business beyond CIG, you need released products on your CV. The more released products on your CV you have, the more impressive it looks to recruiters. So, or if you have a very, very good, well-known project that you worked on, that's important. But if you worked on Star Citizen, it's not released. So it doesn't really count as much. It doesn't weigh as much for recruiters because you haven't released a product. So the only thing I can think of is that CIG wants to retain people. So they're going to have Star Citizen release in name so that they can give their employees a release of Star Citizen so that if they want to move on, they can do that. They can retain all, they can stay on CIG's team. But it means that there's a released product that people can work on and kind of improve on that sort of thing. They often in the industry look for experience. If you have no releases of games, essentially you have no experience. Yeah, basically. I think that's the only thing that I can think of on in my head as to why Chris is so obsessed with this minimum viable product release and calling it release, is that I think it's because of worker retention. But yeah, like Star Citizen's alpha is not an alpha. It's not a tech demo like people like to say. It's some fucking weird amalgam of like tech demo, alpha, and beta. Because that's just how it works for some fucking reason. Do you think they will let the old backers play it like they said? What do you mean? Beta? Squadron 42 beta? CIG never said that backers will play Squadron 42's beta. No. They never said Squadron 42 would be able to be played in beta. It was never promised like that. I guarantee it. Unless you can find me a quote that CIG said that, they never said that. I don't think they ever said they're going to give you a vertical slice. I do think, and I hope, that CIG at CitizenCon gives a demo of one of the missions of Squadron. I'm hoping like the first mission. partially biased because I actually know all of the story of Squadron 42 because long story short, I spoiled myself like a dumbass a long time ago, so I know the full story, the twists and turns and everything like that. I'm not going to spoil you all on it, but I can tell you that the first mission isn't really story heavy, it's setting heavy. It really sets the perspective for the rest of the game. So by playing the first mission, you're not spoiling yourself on the story, but you are world building in terms of where you are, what's going on, and the stakes that the story is setting up. So it's a great sort of introduction to the world of Star Citizen, or to world of Star Citizen and Squad 42. And so that sort of introduction was a good way of showing people how to play the game and also testing out things in micro. So that would be a good sort of demo mission to let people play who don't necessarily know about Squadron 42 or have heard bad things about Star Citizen and are interested in Squadron 42, and giving that to the backers to enjoy while they're waiting for Squadron to come out, and then maybe release it to players during the free flight weeks so that people who have an account can play them and enjoy it themselves. You know, like an old school demo would be. So yeah, the Battle of Vega. That's basically what the first mission is. There may be a mention of beta for Star Citizen beta, but not Squad 42 beta. It says Legacy Alpha. Okay. Did anyone back Squadron 42? I think we all backed Star Citizen, not Squadron 42. The original packages were for both Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So if you backed before, I think 2015, you got both. If you backed after 2015, you just got Star Citizen. And you have to back Squadron 42 separately. But you could have an add-on where like Squadron 42 cost $40, and then you got a $20 add-on, which gave you Star Citizen, or if you back Star Citizen for $40, you can get a $20 add-on for Squadron 42. So you'd get a total of $60 for both. I had the combo for 2018. Was it 20? I thought it was 2015 that they did the switchover. It might have been 2018. Yeah, originally they were the same game. Originally, Squadron 42 and Star Citizen were the same game, where Squadron 42 was kind of like the campaign mode of Star Citizen, and then the Star Citizen itself was the multiplayer version of Star Citizen. So I just played Titanfall 2, so it would be like the story campaign for Titanfall 2, which is completely separate from the multiplayer, but it uses similar mechanics and that kind of thing. That was the idea of them kind of putting together as one package called Star Citizen. And if you had Squad 42 before a certain time, it permanently bolted into your account for free. I don't remember that, but yeah. It was split Valentine's Day 2016. So I was off a little bit. It was 2016, not 2015, but yeah. So are we battling vegans? Yes. The ultimate scourge of the universe. I wouldn't be too worried about being totally spoiled with Squad 42 story. I'm sure it's changed a fair amount since the script was leaked. From my experience and from what I understand, the basics still exist. The basic plot structure and story is still the same because you can't change it too much since they've done a bunch of mocap stuff for it. Though, so I think it's more than likely it is like the major story elements are locked in with some minor stuff changing. Maybe they've changed some of the pieces together, but like the twists and turns and the major plot points are all still the same. And it wasn't just the script that was spoiled. Back in 2016, there was an accidental leak of the entirety of the development branch of Star Citizen, which was done because of an unintended image of a website URL on a video basically on Inside Star Citizen that people then basically wrote down, put it in, and then kind of guessed to the end of. It was only partial URL. And when they put in the full URL, they had access to the entirety of the development branch they could download. because CIG didn't put any fucking security on their goddamn dev branch. So a lot of people have all of those files, which includes all of the audio files and all of the models for Squadron, which is one of the reasons why we have models for things like the Retribution and other ships like that. So, yeah, so the whole game, it wasn't just like the script, it's like audio files, character models, everything. And I knew somebody who had those files. I don't personally have those files. And I was looking for this soundbite. This one right here, from an old 2.0 branch. And because it doesn't exist in the game anymore, you can only get it in old files, or if you got it from the main big dev branch. And so I talked with my friend who had access to that dev branch, and I asked them if they could help out. The problem is that audio files in Star Citizen are not labeled bacon.wave or anything like that. They're numbered. The files are just numbered in sequential order, I guess. I don't know exactly how, but they're just big strings of numbers. So we decided to go through by size. So in terms of like file size, going from smallest to largest. And soon we began to realize that some of the audio files we were listening to were not Squadron 40, were not Star Citizen files, but Squadron 42 files, including you could hear the stage direction of Chris Roberts in the background for some of these files. So after a while, trying to find this audio file, we effectively spoiled ourselves. We're like, I'll go try to avoid as much as we can. But yeah. I should past your bedtime? I guess I am going a little late. I was planning on ending it pretty soon, but we'll end it up in like 4.0. 4.0. 4 hours. I keep my brain not working today. I started late. That's why. I started about 30 minutes late. So that's a long way of saying I think what I heard is pretty much the story. I'm still excited for it. I still am interested in seeing where it goes, because it definitely feels like one of those games where the story sets up the situation, but the situation and the gameplay are really going to be where you love or hate the game. The story seems interesting enough, and there's definitely a lot of drama there. Yeah. Well, yeah, I talked with a couple other people who actually know the full story, and we discussed it. These weren't CIG developers. These were other people who had other means of accessing Squad 42's information. And we started talking, and we both realized, yeah, we both know the story. So. Okay, Luna. Well, I'm going to be finishing up in about a minute, so. Yeah. Okay, but can we romance that engineer that was crying? No. And she's your maintenance mechanic. She's the girl who takes care of the I think non-com, who takes care of your ship. You actually see her in the vertical slice. She's the one who's working on your ship as you come down, and she's like, hey, yeah, I fixed up that thing, or added this sensor module for you, so you're good to go. That's played by Sophie Wu from Kick-Ass. I forgot her name in the game, but no, and you cannot romance anybody. You cannot romance anybody in Squadron 42. That's not even a leak. That's just something CIG specifically stated early on. There is no romance options in Squadron 42, and the initial plan for for multiplayer co-op of the campaign has been scrapped, or at least delayed until a later release beyond the first initial release. Chloe Grace Moretz. I think it was Sophie Wu. Yeah. I'm romancing the fuck out of that Van Duel guy. I mean, it'll be a very short romance until he skewers you with his spear. Again, it'll be a very fast date. You will be impaled very quickly. So if for those of you who are wondering, I'll give you the various basic gist, without no spoilers. But you're a dude or a chick. You just some guy or some gal. You're not the fucking chosen one. You're not Commander Shepard. You're not John Spartan 117. You're not, the like prophesied one to save the universe. You're just you. And you just happen to be in the wrong or right place at the wrong or right time. You're just a lieutenant in the military. You fly a fighter jet around, or space fighter around, and there's a much bigger conflict than you, and you have an impact on the events, but you are not the fucking main focus point. You're just dudes. You're chicks, You're Dave from accounting, basically. You're not Luke Skywalker. You are a simple red shirt or a grunt from Starship Troopers. A good way of describing that is if you've played Titanfall, you are a rifleman 3rd class Jack Cooper. You're just a normal person stuck in extraordinary circumstances. Good night, there's Luna. No, you are not the story. The story happens to you. They seem to be setting up to be an ace. I mean, you don't even start as a lieutenant. You start as a starman. And you have to go through flight training. These are all things that are not leaks. These are things that CIG's talked about in the past. Can you hear me, Hornet with the 3 strikes? Hey, you know what? I have thought way too much about this, but I have thought way too much about basically taking the story of Ace Combat 7 and turning that into a prequel for Squadron 42 that takes place during the Second Tavaran War, where you play as, because Squadron 42 is a penal squadron, just like the squadron in Ace Combat 7. You're a fuck up. And in the Squadron 42 were a bunch of fuck ups who disobeyed orders, were awful to handle, but they'd spent way too much money and time to training you to just leave you rotting in a prison. So they make you fight as a prisoner. Good dance with the angels, mister. Yes. So, like, the idea of, and the thing is, this Squadron 42 is that the squadron starts off as a bunch of fuck-ups, and then through a very good, talented commander, she realizes the actual strengths of these fighter pilots and realizes how to command them properly, and when she commands them properly, they're able to function. Instead of giving very strict, specific orders of what to do, she gives them a generalized order and lets the pilots decide how they're going to achieve that order. And by doing so, the Squadron 42 goes from being a bunch of fuck-ups to being one of the best fighter squadrons in the fleet. And then during the final battle of the Second Tavaran War, Squadron 42 is the only thing that's standing between the Tavaran and total victory, and Squadron 42 destroys the entire Tavaran fleet, something that the UE Navy had failed to do for like 5 years. So they became instant heroes of humanity, got accolades and rewards, so went from being complete fuck-ups to being the model for the specialists, like special boy squadron, boy-girl squadron, special human squadron of humanity. And that's how they became this super elite squadron that everyone wants to be a part of in the Star Citizen universe. So I'm like, that's just the plot of Ace Combat 7. That story came out well before Ace Combat 7 was released, but you could do something very similar with a prequel to Squadron set in the Second Tavaran War. You're not Neo. You're not Mr. Anderson. You're not an angel in the outfield. You're not Morgan Freeman. Not Bruce Almighty. Not Stanley Ipkiss. You're just an average nobody in an abled body. Yeah. Ace Combat is the most over-dramatic, hyper, like it's a fucking soap opera with fighter jets, which is the reason why people who like military equipment fucking love it. It is so, so unbelievably corny, and I love it. You're just Wedge Antilles? No, you're just a member of Rogue Squadron. If you're in Squadron 42. I don't even think you start out as a member of Squadron 42. No, we actually know how you start out. You start out as a gunner on a fucking ship, on a fucking destroyer. Ace Combat 7 is fighter Metal Gear Rising, and I love it. I love Metal Gear Rising. More like Dak, you get strapped to the back of Luke's speeder. Oh, it does need an arc bird. It really does. It's going to, God damn it. If they make the fucking kingship as the arc bird, I will lose my mind. Later, Death. Thanks for hanging out. But yeah, that is entered my mind once I realized that the formation of Squadron 42, or the famous creation of Squadron 42 during the Second Tavaran War, is just the plot of Ace Combat 7. I'm like, I can't unsee this now. I want to see Ace Combat 7 Squadron 42. The missile is EP. All right, I am EP. It is 4 hours and 10 minutes I've been streaming. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for all the ridiculous raids, from, Fair Assaults to Soul Citizens to Zero to, I'm sure all of the ones we got. Becky on Blast. Thank you all for those raids. Thank you for hanging out with us. If you did enjoy this, hit that follow button. I don't say that enough, but we're at over 1,800 followers, or 18,000 followers, I should say. And, I'm going to go for broke, and I'm going to say I'd like to get 20,000 followers before the end of the year. I don't think I can necessarily do it, but if you haven't hit that follow button here on Twitch, it's free. Just hit the follow button. If you enjoyed this, that'll give you a little bit more heads up on when I'm live and all those other things like that, as well as you can hit the following channel on Twitch and be like, oh, look, Paul's live. And if you're watching this on YouTube, subscribe. Love to see you subscribe, and like the button as well, because this will be, I'm gonna start just leaving. Before this, I was leaving my gameplay streams unlisted, so I think I'm just gonna leave them up rather than unlisted, because that way people knows that I'm actually stream gameplay. So it'll be live on YouTube on my TheAstroPub AstroPubLive YouTube, including uploading videos and stuff like that as well. So please make sure you do that. And Zero State. Thank you for watching, and like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.